Hello again, everybody, and welcome to another exciting, thrill-packed edition of the Jim Cornette Experience. Well, the weather forecast is unreal, but the wrestling shows are phonier than a football bat. So we're going to talk about the real goofballs having the fake fights right here today on the program. And joining me, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-host to you. He's got 10 inches already, and it hasn't even started snowing yet. Be great, Brian Last, everybody.
And I'm a grower. Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here once again. We're going to have a good show today. WWE Unreal. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on WWE Unreal. Once again, another show's awfulness may have taken down the awfulness of Dynamite 2 weeks in a row here on the show.
I'm so, if I only had time, if you move, Brian, I am so daggum fed up with most of the goings on in the professional wrestling industry. The only real interesting part about the whole thing, and the only real part of the whole thing anymore, is how many millions and billions of dollars the fucking TKO magnates are going to bilk everybody out of, and how many millions and multi-millions of dollars Tony Khan is going to spend to keep going whenever Warner Brothers Discovery is owned by the fucking girl with the goddamn lemonade stand on the corner. I can't even understand who the fuck is going to run what. I don't know what services to watch my favorite wrestling programs on anymore. I don't even know how much it's costing me because Stacy signs up for all of them. What the fuck, Brian? What the fuck?
Maybe you got to move to Canada. Guess Surfshark.
Well, we can get Surfshark anywhere, as we'll tell you later on in the program.
A virtual move to Canada. That's right.
Yeah, well, I would like to virtually just go back to, where's the wrestling on Channel 3? There you go. That's all you need to know. Saturday at noon. Watch it or don't. If you miss it, shame on you. It's ridiculous now. And the weather is not helping. Because right now outside, it's not frightful, Brian, but you guys are going to get it a day later than we get it. Well, you're going to get like just a metric shit ton of snow. And it's going to just basically wipe your entire area of the country off the planet. But down here, we in central Kentucky, thankfully south of us, they're going to get a big wide, well, not a big wide, but a narrow over the overall scheme of things, but a long, narrow swath of ice that could just fuck everybody up. And they were talking of not only for central Kentucky, but also reaching into the Carolinas possibly. And around Charlotte, they were saying they might get, I just saw this, maybe 3/4 of an inch of ice, which is, I think that's the catastrophic level, because then all the power lines just come down and all the gaga happens. But the Louisville area, we're going to be right on the north side of where they get sleet, which will just kind of tamp down the snow. And because of reasons unbeknownst to us mere mortals, the very north side of where the sleet comes has the heaviest snow. So we might get 15 inches or more of snow here in the greater metropolitan area. I'm not amused.
Well, it's not really an amusing anecdote that you have there, if that's what we'll call it.
Well, that's why I'm not amused, and nobody else is either so far, I'll have you know, with this program. But Brian, you know what the gauge is, what the ratio is of the rain to the snow, right? You know, it's 10-1.
I didn't know, no.
It is 10. If you would get an inch of rain, the same amount of liquid coming down as snow would be 10 inches of snow. So they're saying that we are in the 1+ inch of liquid category, and there may even be 2 inches down, again, a little bit farther south of us, depending on what form it falls in. And then it's going to be below zero with a wind chill of 20 below zero. for the next several days after that to give it a nice shiny glaze, sort of like the shellac on a refinished piece of furniture.
All right. Any varnish? Any varnish to go with your shellac?
Well, I'll have you, Jim Varnish. I used to like him when he played Ernest. When Ernest went to camp and to college, old Jim Varnish.
That was John Cena you're thinking of.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, I forgot. But it's not going to be above freezing around here till February, which I guess ain't too far away these days. Only about 7 or 8 days as we sit here. Well, that's a long time to be below freezing with a foot of fucking snow on the ground.
You know, these days, February's not that far away these days.
Well, you know, sometimes it can be further away.
Remember those old days when February was so far away?
Well, so far away, doesn't it? Just don't fucking snow anymore. I remember just a couple of years ago telling Stace, like of a springtime, well, you know, it only snowed a couple of times this past winter. And last year was a snowy, icy mess, and this is shaping up to be a storm of epic proportions. So things are looking up.
They're saying we may get the most amount of snow. New York City may get the most amount of snow it's seen in decades. What are they saying about you guys in terms of the amount compared to recent events?
Well, last year, we got a couple of different snows, and ended up having in January, early January, and had about 8 or 10 inches of snow on the ground for a while, and it got real cold, which was unusual. And then remember, I've just said here several weeks back, we got that fucking snow, and that was pretty close to the most snow that we'd ever had on that particular day. We are only this year like 2 or 3 inches maybe short of the snow we're supposed to have for an entire winter, and we're about to get 12 to 15 inches or whatever. And we're only supposed to have we'll get as much snow potentially in the next 36 hours as we're supposed to get in the entire fucking winter, and maybe more. So this is not usual shit, but it's becoming more usual because everything sucks. But speaking of cold days in hell, before we go any further, I've got some emails, and a couple of people from the Cult of Cornette have written in, and also I've got news from south of the border here that I just heard about. But right at the top of the show, I'm trying to get my head around what's going on with old Trey Miguel. Where old Trey Miguel, last week it was safe and A to Trey Miguel. This guy, in the space of 2 weeks, has quit TNA, signed with AEW, been released from AEW because he said he was stepping away from wrestling. Find out he was told by somebody in somewhere up in the echelons that he couldn't be on TV, like a Jay Briscoe situation. And then he's signed back with TNA. In 2 weeks, is this a record of something for something?
Well, again,
is this nothing from nothing leaves nothing? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, if you end up on TNA, I think it's nothing from nothing leaves nothing, because after that show last week, which was their big premiere, I don't know how many people were going to tune back in for week 2 to see more of that low-rated, awful television show. But that's where he is now, because, again, to recap, he signed with AEW, and then somehow, before they debuted, I believe it was before they debuted on television, I don't know what was taped or not, but we saw a vignette video for a second, but we didn't see a match. Somehow, above Tony, we always thought Tony was, turns out Tony's Bosley. He's not Charlie, he's Bosley. Someone above Tony said, hey, this wrestler that most people have never heard of, we've heard of him, and we're aware of his tweets from 6 years ago or whatever, and you can't hire him. He was then released. He then put out a statement that he was leaving wrestling or taking a break. Then all the stories came out reminding people, or in a lot of cases, bringing up for the first time because a lot of people don't know who this guy is. I didn't know who this guy was.
Well, exactly. The point is, how? Go ahead with your recap.
But then those old tweets and everything came out. And then he showed up on TNA because they'll hire anybody. I mean, TNA. So now he's in TNA. They don't have any higher ups saying somehow whatever he did was too awful for Warner Brothers Discovery. But
AMC's cool.
AMC was like, hey, we've got a lot of naughty movies from the past.
some ribald photography. Here's the main question I'm asking. Is you and I've been in the wrestling business for 50 fucking years or whatever. You and I have been talking about this shit for years at the stuff of a, mainstream level. And we've heard this guy's name and we remember seeing him being one of the flippy guys. How the fuck does some random important person in the Warner Brothers Discovery empire that apparently has been there for at least 5 or 6 years, I can't believe there's 2 of these people that knows every goddamn stupid thing that every wrestler has ever said on the independent level in the world, to be able to say, oh, fuck no, we're not going to have him on our show. And what standard are they setting when we were talking about the Briscoe thing ages ago? I said, they've had people on their air that have served fucking time in prison. Well,
help me. That's the one thing that does connect his story with the Jay Briscoe one, which is there were homophobic tweets. I think they were tweets years ago. Jay Briscoe, it was in the early, 2010 or whatever it was, he saw a parade, he tweeted some stuff out.
Yeah.
This was more recent.
Well, I actually read a transcript. Apparently this guy 5 or 6 years ago was going back and forth with some guy. Was it another indie wrestler or just some guy on Twitter? And who was apparently insulting him, and he was insulting him back. It sounded like 14-year-old girls. There was no threats of violence or you people should be incinerated or whatever. It was like, well, I know you are, but what am I? Type of childish shit. But how old did we establish this guy was? He was in his late. Did we ever even look? But is he in his? If he's in his mid-20s and he's been emotionally or literally stunted for about 10 years, but he doesn't sound dangerous.
31 years old, 5'9", 172 pounds.
31 years old. So 6 years ago, he was thinking like a 12-year-old girl. But nevertheless is stupid and immature. Is that grounds? I mean, again, there's been people on this network that have said Tyson was on the fucking same show. He was in jail for fucking rape. What are we doing here, people?
He didn't tweet out any homophobic stuff. Apparently, that's the specific issue. No,
he does his sexual assault in person like the old days. What?
Yeah, I'm not saying it makes any sense, but it appears that's the specific trigger because there are other people in that company who have tweeted out incendiary stuff over the years. This appears to be the one thing that whoever is higher up or whoever has the voice of or has the ear of the higher up in the company, the one thing they're sensitive to the point where they don't want it on their airwaves is this.
But is it, again, with what I saw, and I don't know, maybe he's been running his thumbs for a while now. But what I saw was childish insults directed at some guy on Twitter, and it looked like that they were having a personal issue rather than standing up for any goddamn heinous beliefs. And then he apologized afterwards. Again, I'm not this guy's press agent, and I don't care if he catches on fire. I ain't going to like his wrestling. I don't remember seeing the wrestling that he's done that I saw before. But if we're going to have any level of logic here.
The guy in his team fucking had a Hitler mustache and he was doing Sig Heil photos. They didn't have a problem hiring him. It's the same team. It's the guys in his team. Come on.
Maybe they're just on their phones too much. And that's the point I'm going to make also. Or is it going to come up to now next that somebody's going to get kicked off the air? Because when he was 14, he tweeted a picture of his asshole to somebody. What?
Well, that may be a scandal. Actually, now that you say that, that may be a big scandal if that happens.
Well, no, that's again, no. If you're a 14-year-old guy and somebody says "fuck you" and you take a picture of your asshole, because we never were able to do this when I was 14, but I can see that we would have done it. I took a picture of one of my turds one time and fucking gave it to a guy. I said, "Here you are without your mask." It would never.
What?
That's a rib. It's a long story.
Oh, I want to hear this story now at some point. What was that? Who did you give the turd to?
Well, no, I didn't give the turd to. I gave the picture of the. When we went to, and then we'll come back to Trey Finney. When we went to Georgia in the summer of '83, all the baby faces wanted pictures to try to sell at the matches in Macon and Columbus and et cetera, Ole's Loop, Knoxville, Chattanooga, to try to supplement their meager income, right? It was $65 a night guarantee. And so I took pictures of all the baby faces, which are Bobby Fulton and Terry Taylor were the fantastic ones. And goddamn, who's that? Steve Olsenowski. And goddamn, I'm trying to think now who the rest of our baby faces were. But anyway, and finally, Ken Wayne was the stray cat, who was a tiger mask gimmick and a takeoff. And also because the goddamn, what was their name now that did the stray cat strut?
The Stray Cats.
The Stray Cat, there you go.
Who did that Stray Cat strut?
I was going to say the flock of seagulls. But anyway, he was the Stray Cat with the tiger mask with the fucking whiskers on it and did the fucking etc. So I took some pictures of him. And then at the end of the night, I went back to the Falcons Rest. That's where we had our apartments. And I think I'd had the small barn from the Dwarf House restaurant, the original Chick-fil-A down there, which was small barn was the big fucking pieces of chicken and the, fries and the whole 9 yards. And I took a shit. And when I looked in the toilet bowl, when I stood up, it went from the top of the water in the back all the way down and peeked its little head up out of the top of the water in the front. I said, that is an achievement. And I had a picture left on the fucking roll of film, so I took a picture of it. And then when I got them developed and I was showing the baby faces their pictures, I said, here, and I gave the Fantastics and blah, blah, blah. And I gave Ken Wayne his, and I said, here's one of you without your mask. And it is, in the reaction and everything, but nevertheless. So Trey Miguel is now a turd in a different punch bowl.
He's peeking out of the toilet on AMC.
But God, again, is there a dossier on every indie wrestler? I mean, I can understand knowing what's gone on in the past of the Hulk Hogans and the Rocks and the Austins and the whatever of the world. But how is there somebody that's that important that gives a fuck about mean tweets from a childish indie wrestler that they can even know about them? Don't these people have more important duties and things taking up their time?
The other thing is this the network saying that we've deemed this person is like permanently ignorant? There's nothing that could be done to repair what they've done? Does the network regret the network, whoever it is above Tony making this decision, do they regret what they did to Jay Briscoe? Do they understand that it wasn't fair?
Apparently not, because they're doing the same thing to this guy for actually quite less pointed remarks. But
well, they got their ultimate revenge in TNA.
I think they need to go down the roster on all of their programs and examine if they're going to be choosy about the people they have on their air. Who the fuck's been in prison? Convicted of actual crimes against people and Mother Nature. And was that bestiality charge proven against old Jungle Boy?
Well, for the record, we don't know anything about bestiality charges against old Jungle Boy or new Jungle Boy.
When they found him in the jungle, I understand that he was in a committed relationship with Cheetah. Just so you know. All righty, anyway.
Yeah, anyway, Trey Miguel back in TNA. Yes. Any plans on watching TNA again?
No. And you?
All right, and that's how you drive the show to a halt, ladies and gentlemen. You bring up watching TNA again. No, I don't anticipate. I read a review of what happened on this week's show, and I was like, this really ain't for me. If last week wasn't for me, they're just doubling down on more of wannabe WWE, and it's terrible. It's terrible.
Terrible. No, I was going through my papers here, my dossiers. I have some dossiers on some people. I wanted to say hello to Bobby. I don't know where Bobby's from because he didn't say, but he lost his 18-year-old cat, Rascal. And she was a companion and emotional support and best friend for him. And he's been listening to the show as was his habit, where they both would get together. And so I just want to say that we are sorry, Bobby, for your loss. And Brian from Pittsburgh, not to be confused with Brian Hildebrand, is a longtime listener, but has lost his mother in the last year, and other family members are ill, and he's listening to us, to distract himself. And also, did I mention he lives in Pittsburgh? So, fuck, that right there will take a toll. But speaking of people taking a toll, the one good piece of news, if you had to guess, the one piece of news in the week of the world of wrestling that I enjoyed hearing about, Brian, what would you say that it would have been? What happened in wrestling last week that actually just tickled the shit out of me or shickled the tit out of me?
In the last week? Wasn't Raw, wasn't Dynamite, wasn't Unreal, wasn't the Trey Miguel news. It's kind of a slow week.
It didn't even happen in this country.
Oh, is it Tanahashi cutting his hair?
No, I didn't hear about this. He got his hair cut?
He got rid of the Joy Behar bouffant. He is now just an executive.
Well, and that's just a shame. Why didn't he put his fucking hair up in his last match, idiot? What's the matter with you? But no, this happened down in the country of Mexico, our friendly neighbors to the southern border that now want nothing to do with us like everybody else. But this happened. Now, hold on. I've got it written down here. This was in CMLL, which is obviously the competing promotion to AAA, and AAA is the one that the WWE has their finger in now. But CMLL had a big match between Bandito and, hold on, who was it? God damn it. Templario versus Bandito. And I have it on authority from close wrestling observers, Brian, that this was on its way to being a match of the year category candidate when this incident happened. Did you hear about what happened?
I have no idea what you're talking about. No.
I swear to God, I can't say a fan hit the ring because that's not the fair description. A fan walked into the ring and refused to leave. And they stopped the goddamn match down, apparently, for like 2.5 minutes.
What do you mean?
I swear, this is, you know, Uncle Dave has correspondence everywhere. And this is the report that he has given on this. A fan simply walked into the ring and wouldn't leave, and it took security some time to get him away. Basically, he's saying that, like in the old days, he said, well, if a fan came over the barrier, and remember to ask me this question, because I'm so tickled, I may not, but ask me what we would have done 40 years ago in this same instance after I tell you the story. He said, in days gone by, the wrestlers would beat the shit out of the guy, but today's different. At Arena Mexico, the idea is to emphasize this is a safe place for tourists and families. So both the wrestlers and the referee are instructed not to touch the fan. But here's the thing. The fan also never attacked the wrestlers. Bandito went up to the guy and asked him to leave, but he wouldn't. And then the referee went up and asked him to leave. And he just, no, I'm going to stay here. And apparently they said security was slow getting to the ring, and it was embarrassing how the guy simply climbed the barrier, walked into the ring, and climbed through the ropes without anybody stopping him.
Is he just in the middle of the ring, just standing in the middle of the ring?
Apparently the cameras, it's a TV fucking shoot or feed or whatever. The cameras pulled away, and the crowd was reacting. Apparently it was the biggest pops of the night. Whatever they were doing to get the guy out of the ring, and it was taking so long because the guy wouldn't go. I don't know if he was fighting or just carry me, and they can't figure out how to carry. I don't know what the fuck. But the people are going crazy. And the guys just got out of the ring. And then once he was gone, they started fighting again. It went another 7 minutes or whatever. But the guy just, that's I've never heard of this happening ever anywhere, that a guy just got in the ring to do nothing and nobody could figure out what to do with him.
That is unique. The idea the guy hits the ring and everyone else leaves the ring. It's just a fan in the ring and everyone else abandons ship.
And apparently they were doing obviously it's wrestling, so they were on the floor. They weren't using the ring anyway. They did a spot on the floor and were about to do something else, and the guy just got in the fucking ring. There's nobody else in the ring, man, but the referee. So then the wrestlers are on the floor. I'm seeing this thing.
Why didn't he run the ropes?
Wrestlers are on the floor. The fucking guy gets in the ring. Maybe the referee is with him counting down there. If not, the referee's in the ring, but the guy just walks in the ring and stands there. Now he can play King of the Hill on these motherfuckers if he wanted to. Now the wrestlers have put themselves in the mark spot, and the mark's in control of the ring. That's the way we used to be able to catch them coming through the ropes, where we had an advantage before they pulled a knife or anything. Now the fucking marks are down on the floor, and but he does nothing. And then the babyface goes and asks him, please get out of the ring. No, I'm good. What the But here's the thing. Obviously, in the old days, if somebody hit the ring, there was somebody on them real quick. And the reason for that was because they were always mad, going for some particular person, the heel. I'm going to stop you from doing the thing that you're doing right now, or I'm going to take you down, or whatever. You could tell they're hitting the fucking ring. And if they're drunk and just want to get involved or whatever, you could justify, whether it's the referee. We've all seen the clips from the WCW fans were more just drunk off their ass in the late 90s Nitro, wouldn't you say, rather than specific heat, like I want to cut the heels like the 70s or whatever?
I think sometimes it may have been like heat, like I don't like this one person, but they were a bunch of drunk fans. They're maybe the last great drunk wrestling audience for WCW Nitro.
But, but for the most part, somebody's going animatedly for somebody and it's a fucking struggle from the get go. And I don't think I've ever seen anybody just get in the Cleveland riot when they had so many people coming in the ring. You would see people coming in the ring with bad intent. And then when they stand up in the ring under the lights and they're looking at the wrestler in the crowd, they kind of freeze. And then they go like, well, you come over here, motherfucker. I got a chair type of thing. But to just get in the ring while it's empty and to do nothing. And no, I'm not going to leave. I don't know what we would have. I don't know what we would have been able to get away with doing because, there's usually a lawsuit over something like that to begin with. But in the time, you just got to protect yourself. But how do if the cops didn't come? I can't imagine the cops ever taking more than 30 seconds in those days. That's the thing, unless you were just in a really tank town or as a bad security setup, that I can't imagine the cops not being there and they could legally drag the fucking guy out. I've seen cops get to guys hitting the ring before the boys did.
The best story was when the Rochester Roadblock, when he was just a fan, he wanted to be a wrestler. He ran into Hulk Hogan at the gym and he was like, hey, what do I do? And Hogan was dismissive and put him down, whatever it was. So he showed up that night at the show and he hit the ring and he was gigantic. I don't know if you remember what he looked like.
Yes, he was like 450 or whatever, right?
He didn't get the Hogan. Hogan's opponent that night was the one-man gang, and apparently he took the one-man gang down. And he's gigantic.
That's great. So Hogan pisses a guy off. He takes it all out on George. Jesus Christ.
I think it was like Hogan was walking to the ring, and all of a sudden he sees some fan take down the one-man gang, the gigantic one-man gang, and it's the guy from the gym earlier. And then, by the way, Hogan's got to go 10 minutes with him or whatever. He just took gang down out of nowhere. I'm sorry. Please go to your email. I have found footage of this alleged incident.
Oh, good Lord.
There's a few different videos, apparently, that fans have taken. They're all compiled into one. I would suggest you start 41 seconds into the video I sent.
Well, I got to get past this off-brand fucking advertisement here that they're trying to show me. Not like our stuff. Here, what? He's just standing there with his arms out, doing twirls like, here I am. The referee saying, get out of here. He's sitting on the top rope. Bandito says, get out of here. Now the guy's just in the corner, sitting on the top rope. Here comes some security guys. Oh, now he's getting a little froggy. Hey, he's trying to pull away from him now. Oh, they want him to get out. He ain't having it. He's just standing up straight. He's kind of laughing at him. They're trying to figure out. They can't figure out how to pull him through the goddamn ropes.
They each got a body part.
What? They've got his leg over the middle rope, and one's pulling his leg, but they've got his leg. His crotch is in between the fucking rope there. They can't get. Now the camera pans away because it pans back. Is he still hooked on the ropes? Well, now there's 8 guys. They're getting in their own way. And the referee just turns around disgustedly and leaves. Now he got away from him on the floor and they're trying to fucking chase him. And they've got him down. And again, there's 10 people trying to get this guy and they're all getting in their own way. And he's just, by not cooperating with any movement, he's flummoxed them this far. Now they got him in the crowd. There's no, wait, hold on here. Did you see that?
Are they
Did
fighting?
I see what I think I saw?
What did you see? The throwing stuff?
Oh, okay, hold on. It was somebody threw something. I thought it was a chair, but it could be but hold on. Oh, shit. I can't find it. It happens so quick.
Oh, they're throwing all sorts of stuff at him. And here's another camera angle of the guy on the top. The guy's bigger than all the wrestlers. The fans, did they think he was a wrestler doing a run-in, or did they know this is just some fan?
I don't know. Well, he's not like a 300-pound bodybuilder, but he's a tall, he's one of those long-haired hippies, probably undercover agent. They're throwing drinks and everything. Now they're hauling him up. Okay, there's the other angle. I was trying to. Now watch when they crotch him over the rope. They've got one leg over the rope and the other leg's still in the ring on the other side of the rope, and they can't fucking figure out why they can't pull him out. It's simple goddamn geometry. He just doing nothing. He's just like, no, fuck, I ain't participating in any of this shit.
We hear how hot CMLL is. They're doing record business, the hottest they've ever been. They're selling out. This guy's like, hey, I'm going to go. I'm just going to go in the ring and hang out for a while. And he did. And it worked.
Oh, well, anyway, honestly, that is an interesting conundrum. Is it, how can you justify attacking the guy per se when he, number one, you weren't even in the ring when he got in it. And secondly, if he's just standing there, if the referee went over and tried to contain him, as Big Bubba used to say, then if he got feisty with him, then you could justify something. But it's an awkward, like, what the fuck do we do here? Remember when they did the Clash of Champions in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, at that field house, summer of '89?
The sweatiest building I've ever seen on TV.
Oh Christ! That's where Paulie hit me with the loaded racket to fuck us out of the World Tag Team title for the Freebirds and blah blah blah, and the EMTs took me outside where I was able to convince them that I had the vitals of a fucking person who was passed out from heat exhaustion and knocked out for real because it had been so hot in the fucking building. They wanted to transport me. I said, no, now that I've got the air, I'll be okay. It was miserable. But anyway, the point is, I'm about to introduce the Midnight Express to come out. I'm in the ring, and we're the baby faces. And right as we're about to come up on Jackie Crockett and give me the 2, and he starts pointing, and I see this drunk soldier has jumped up on the apron of the ring, and somehow or another, because it was out of the corner of my eye, I don't know whether he tried to jump over the top rope and failed and fell, or whether he stood up on the ropes and fell. But it's somewhere or another, he fell over the top rope into the ring, into a heap, and he's like 6 feet away from me. And now there's the red light, and we're up on the air. And I made some remark about him having too much to drink and introduced the Midnight Express, and the MPs were already pulling him out by his fucking feet. So I don't know what his intention was, but that would be somewhat of a conundrum.
Of course, fans, it's important to note you should never hit the ring. Never, ever hit the ring.
No, but just go ahead and walk into it.
Just walk in there.
Apparently,
and pose.
Nobody will bother you. They will not. No, just walk right on over the rail calmly, step up into the ring very calmly, and bother no one. And apparently, they can't figure that fucking out.
You know, the other interesting thing is the move of, oh, security's coming for me. I think I'll just sit on the top rope.
Yeah. Well, he wanted up here. He felt like he had a little separation from him. He's high above the fray.
All right. Well, the hottest wrestling promotion in the world, CMLL. It pays to own your buildings.
There you go. And Brian, I got another email from Kurt from Toronto, and it's about you. So I figured you'd like to hear it.
I don't know.
Well, you'll find out. Brian and Jim, he says, Kurt, that is. I recently learned that the show Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood holds the record for the most unique opening theme songs to a show, with 895 completely different songs, all played by the legendary improvisational jazz pianist Johnny Costa, who came out of retirement as a favorite of Fred Rogers. He says it's crazy to think about because the opening song is so well known. You know, wouldn't you like to be my neighbor? All that type of horse shit. Sound like Ole Anderson there. But Costa riffed different iterations of that song every single episode until his death in 1996. Did you know that, Brian?
I never knew that. I mean, obviously, Fred Rogers sang it differently every time. I thought that's what you were going to say. I didn't realize it was a different piano riff every time. I never knew that. No.
He just did it. And Kurt says that it occurred to me recently that Brian does the same thing at the start of every drive-thru, giving that show the same distinct feature as Costa did for Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. So thank you, Brian, he says, for giving each episode such distinct sounds. I would have used another form of the word stink. Such distinct sounds. In the words of the great Antonio Inoki, indecipherable screaming.
I believe he means Taigada. And thank you very much. Of course, I've always loved Toronto and the people in Toronto. Great comedy, okay music, but great comedy, and of course, great tastes in theme songs.
You can't even just hit the like great food, great. You have to go okay music. You can't even full-throatedly endorse the Toronto Onomans.
And, you know, I appreciate his comments. I've been compared a lot to a modern-day Johnny Costa or Henry Mancini, and I think keep watching how my music develops. I think you'll enjoy the journey in the weeks ahead.
You've been compared a lot to some variety of things, but well, I'm trying to find something positive. Positive, you know, like they say, the positive. But at least we know you do that live every week. I guess we can say that. And also, before we go any further, there is an update also. How long we've been going already? Well, we'll go a little bit longer before we go any further. There's an update to the conversation we had right before Christmas about the garbage truck tipping situation where you expected to tip your garbage people.
Isn't this settled science at this point? We had the discussion. I won the conversation.
Well, no, you didn't. No, you didn't win. No, because this is the way that we're going to know, because we've heard from a professional in the industry. This is Robert from Ocala, Florida. And Robert, yes, I know how to pronounce Ocala. You didn't need to give me the phonetic fucking. Basically, he went to college to become a high school football coach, which I don't really understand that, to be honest with you. You go to college to become a high school football coach. Isn't that like going backwards to begin with?
They taught me lots of important things, like how to slap the guy on the ass and say, good job.
But his wife got pregnant, and he says that profession doesn't pay very well. I guess he figured that out at that point. So he got a job with a garbage company. Started en route as a driver with a guy on the back throwing the trash into the truck. This is 20 years ago. But he said that first Christmas, I noticed envelopes left on top of garbage cans. I'd never heard of tipping the garbage man before working there. The people who tipped were usually the ones we'd go the extra mile for, taking their cans back to the garage or hauling away extra trash. I only gave thank you cards to the people who tipped us, handing out cards before Christmas, like your people did, Brian. Always felt like begging for a tip. But we would make anywhere from $1,200 to $2,500 a piece from tips.
Wow. Holy cow.
You can clean up in the garbage business. And then he said from 2005 to 2016, I drove different types of trucks, rear loaders with a guy on the back and automated side loaders that pick up cans mechanically. You see, that's where you and we were differing. It depended on the city contract. Some cities preferred the newer automated trucks. Smaller towns requested the rear loaders. The big side loader trucks had a tough time with narrow roads. Well, they make it down mine, and I don't think mine's even legal. But it makes sense because, like Jim said, you never see your garbage man. So he noticed that people were less likely to tip people in an automated truck.
I wonder what is actually more time efficient. If you have a guy on the back of your truck versus using the machine built into your truck, what actually is the quickest way to pick up the garbage?
Well, but I assume that there's not a guy riding shotgun in the fucking truck with the automatic gimmick, so you're cutting your guys down from 2 to 1. So is it time or is it man hours? See,
that's why you got to tip them. The economy sucks. They're going to lose a job to a machine. That's a good, hard-working, hard-paying
What do you want to
job.
Apply for that? A good, hard-working, hard-paying
Well, easy paying. You just leave an envelope and say, you better pay this. I won't be bringing your cans back to your garage or whatever that guy said.
Hey, But anyway, but as far as Robert from Ocala is going, but he retired because after working his way into management, and then now he's gone to barber school, and now he barbers and makes most of his money on tips. So he also tips his mailman. See, I don't
Sounds like a good guy. This sounds actually like a really good guy. Thank you for sending in your email, Robert.
Well, yes, Robert, and thank you
for being a citizen. Thank you for being a citizen.
Thank you for allowing these suckers to be able to pay for your goddamn retirement from the garbage business by just paying you an overabundance of money to haul away their trash.
So he didn't say Brian was wrong. It was more just reaffirming.
We were both right about the various kinds of trucks and the various kinds of, if you don't see these people, you're not going to tip them as much anyway. Should we start it by examining what part of the fake wrestling do you want to examine? Why don't we start examining the WWE fake fucking wrestling? Because that's why I said it earlier, as only Thunderbolt Patterson could say. I'm full. I'm full. I have never seen, whether it be performance in AEW, or even though they have some talent that can give you some halfway decent performances in the WWE, they're gonna fucking come back later on and explain exactly how fucking phony they were too. And I've lost my goddamn interest in, when did everybody, again, I think I said this last season on Unreal, when did everybody become a bunch of goddamn nervous wrecks? It's like this is reform school for fucking, what was it, the Breakfast Club, where all the kids got sent to fucking detention because they were the ones that assed off all the time. That's what the wrestling business is. You got people fucking being banned for mean tweets when they're fucking idiots, and you got goddamn major stars that are having nervous breakdowns over their fucking matches. I don't want to know that Lumberjack Joe LeDuc had a cute poodle. I want to picture him eating small children and animals. It's fake in the ring, and they're telling us how fake it is behind the scenes, and then everybody's agreeing with it. Yeah, this is a bunch of fake shit. We're having a real nervous breakdown over the fake shit that we're doing.
So where do you want to start?
Let's start with Unreal. I can't think of a better fucking title.
Season 2 of Unreal, and they promised a season 3 at the end of the final episode, which I'm sure we'll get to, but...
Promised or threatened?
Either or, but season 2 of Unreal on Netflix.
But I mean, do you agree with me that it's just everybody now, either on or off camera, is these people that are supposed to be our tough wrestling heroes, our fucking... these giants of sport, instead is a bunch of insecure, nervous fucking ninnies being told every move that they're supposed to make and what to do and what to say and what their farts smell like by a bunch of nimrods sitting around a table wearing fucking ties that, as Bill Watts would say, if they were walking through the locker room, they'd be whistling Stranger in Paradise.
There's some sort of question in there for me. I don't like them doing this show. I don't think there's a real benefit to them doing this show other than whatever money they get paid to do it. I don't think it helps anything. Again, it exposes to me, yeah, there's a problem with everyone, I'm Seth Rollins, but behind the scenes, I'm Kobe. Every single person had to be like, here's my real name, and here are all the other names you may know me by, including the one you currently know me by. I don't think that's helpful. I don't think that's a good thing, but a lot of guys, I think, want that sort of attention. That's one of the reasons when, MJF was first on my radar, it was so refreshing because he never broke gimmick. It was never on social media like, I'm actually a very nice guy and I just do this for fun. Like, it was never that.
I walked through a parking lot of fucking Marks with him and went to eat with him after. He doesn't break. He was amazing. That's what I was afraid then. But then again, they'll break you sooner or later. They'll make you break, and they made him break.
And everyone else breaks. And in this show, everyone seemingly runs to the camera. I mean, Heyman tells you how much he is against it, and then he does it as much as anyone. But I think the real issue with the show, specifically this season 2, it's almost an expose on the failed creative process and all the things that are working purely because the machine is working, as opposed to this is really hot, this person's taking off, this is really working. And it exposed all of that from bad ideas from Bruce Pritchard, which were included in this.
I know that a lot of people are taking credit for some shit that I would have tried to fucking cover up on.
But that's, to me, the biggest issue. In a time where we're talking week after week about how stale the WWE product is, this was the road to getting there. You know, the middle of the Cena run, after The Rock already disappeared. And you watch this and you see all the time they're dedicated to Lyra Valkyria.
Yeah.
And you wonder almost if they only did it for this show. Because it doesn't seem like wrestling fans think of her the way they're talking about her in this thing. And just everything in this thing is it's covering a time where nothing clicked. The Cena turn was a failure in a lot of ways. Again, they sold tickets. The machine is big right now. And they've got high spenders willing to pay when the average wrestling fan won't. But this was a period of time where almost everything creatively sucked. And you kind of see why. You kind of see that Triple H is not a booker with instincts. He's a coach who wants to give you a pat on the back and a hug after he approves the ideas that are coming from a bunch of nerds.
No, I'm convinced that much of I know the dialogue at the gorilla position, they know they're on mic and it's somewhat stilted toward that. I can't believe there's that much just hugging and blah, but also some of it's just not convincing. But I disagree with one thing you said. They didn't push Lyric. See, it's easier to say. They didn't push Lyric valedictorian because they wanted to include her in this show. She is riding in on Becky. They pushed Lyric because she's Becky's friend and the storyline appealed to them. And they wanted Becky and Seth in here like they wanted Jimmy and Naomi in here because it's also, they can focus on the married couple. And then the child comes in and here we're playing with the child. And we're playing with the child backstage. And they've got a goddamn couch in the gorilla position now. We used to get 3 folding chairs on a temporary wood platform with a fucking curtain around it. Now they've got a goddamn couch. Looks nicer than my living room.
It's like a nightclub. It's all lit up.
Yes, Jesus Christ. I've done shows in buildings that weren't decorated that nice. But they wanted the married couples. So they showed footage of Becky and Seth's marriage and Jimmy and Naomi's happy marriage. Apparently now her big push that we'll go through these shows happened until she took herself off the field. But the home life with the baby, that's what I'm saying. That's the last thing I want to see on a wrestling related show. Unless it's MJF in a fucking mansion abusing a goddamn subservient, or Flair in the 80s in his real house. Hey, woo! I don't want to see these people as real people, for fuck's sake. They're supposed to be wrestling superstars. Why do we want to know that? And Seth is a heel. Becky's a heel at this point in time. That this is going on. Why? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
And even more than gimmick killing, I think a lot of these kind of things in this show is aura killing. You know, when I was a kid watching wrestling,
they're just goofy, normal people.
Everyone seemed bigger than life, and I didn't know how boring their everyday life really was. That it was just like my dad's everyday life. It was the same thing, but they seemed like it would be bigger because these are rich, famous wrestlers on TV. Not a bunch of emotional clowns.
Lifestyles of the rich and famous with DiBiase is a classic example of people thought that was really his fucking house. Right? But anyway, they're focusing heavily on Becky and Seth throughout this whole thing, and they'll have other folks involved. The writer's room is it anywhere from 6 to 10 people sitting there with Triple H at the head of the table. Everybody's got a laptop. Everybody's got some semblance of a collar, a jacket, or a tie. And it always happens at night. Why? What do these people do during the day?
Wait for Vince
that it's always dark at night when they're sitting there with it. By God, by that time of night, they'd be lucky if I wasn't in my fucking underwear. And that's again, I just think this is this is wrestling, and it's just ridiculous. 30 years ago, it was me and Vince and Bruce, with Vince wearing an Ica Pro shirt and Zubaz, and me wearing a t-shirt and Zubaz, and Bruce wearing blue jeans and one of those ugly sweaters with no computers and a bunch of fucking sharpened pencils at Vince's dining room table. That was bad enough, but if I'd have walked into this room, I would have done the fucking 180 and right back out. What the fuck? These fucking random people. I am not saying that you have to have been a champion wrestler in order to be a good booker. And actually, many that sometimes, like basketball, football, some of those other things, it falls into the best can't teach, but they can do. But until you've had some aspect of whether it be refereeing, managing, promoting, at least, not just wrestling, but some performance aspect or some regular day-to-day aspect of the business for a number of years, you got no business being in a fucking writer's room. So fuck you, first of all, with that. And secondly, this looks like the most boring fucking, we better not say anything wrong or else somebody will tell on us, assemblage of fucking people I've ever seen in my life. How can you book that way? How can it with that amount of people in the same room, somebody is going to tell whoever on the roster that you're telling Vince or Triple H or whoever's in charge of this fiasco, you need to fucking get rid of this motherfucker right now. He's the fucking shits and he's a goddamn attitude probably. You can't have a booking meeting with 12 fucking people. It's insane, especially 12 people and a woman. Did you see the woman that was in one of the shots?
I actually thought she sounded more reasonable than some of the other people we heard from in those booking meetings.
That is not praise. So anyway.
You know, when Bruce Pritchard, there's a point where Bruce Pritchard pitches the mind-blowingly stupid idea of Pat McAfee going over Gunther. It's a horrible idea.
Yes.
And his reasoning was, you know, the other side, which is Gunther defeating the non-wrestler, is too predictable. And there's a pause, and who knows how much they edited, but it was almost like people were afraid to say, Bruce, that's the stupidest fucking idea there is. And one guy finally spoke up and very diplomatically said, is Pat McAfee in WrestleMania? Can you explain how ridiculous? But
no.
Everyone should have jumped up and said, Bruce, shut the fuck up. You're not an ideas guy. You're a stooge. Shut up.
But see, when he was an ideas guy or was filling that role, when it was just three of it, I said the same type of shit. Are you out of your fucking mind if he said shit like that? And then it was, oh, no, come on. And I said, or sometimes when I would say something, he'd say, oh, you have bullshit. but at least you could. This is like a goddamn, corporate meeting where they're recording minutes and dress accordingly.
Oh yeah, because at one point they said to the girl, like, take that off the transcript or take that off. Don't put that in the notes.
Yes, yeah. I'm like, Jesus Christ, no. Boy, I wish I had the notes on what me and old Vinny Rue would say back and forth to each other on a random day in 1997, though.
Other than being,
I'd pay money for if there was a transcript of that.
Other than being the conduit to Vince, what role do you see Bruce Pritchard is playing that's needed in WWE based on what you saw in these shows?
Bruce has been there so long, he knows all the information that needs to be disseminated to the various places, and he loves to go tell people things. So that's, and I mean, again, it's faint praise, but Bruce Pritchard knows a lot more about just the general rules of thumb of the wrestling business than most of these people in the room, because who the fuck are they? And what job in wrestling have they ever learned in their lives before now that would justify them being on the writing team? They went to school to write television. And so no, I have no respect for any of these fucking people. It's a joke. But nevertheless,
I was going to say they also had Bobby Roode and Brian Armstrong. I mean, they had wrestlers at times in that room. It wasn't just writers.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is if you had the 3 or 4 or 5, maybe fucking actually have been in the business wrestling people that have been there for a while in a room with Triple H as the decider in chief, then you would see probably more of a wrestling based product, but they bring all these other dipshits in to do all of the offshoots and the drama and the focusing on the married couples and all the shit that we don't like about our wrestling. But getting back to this fucking show and the focusing on the married couple, they talk about the relationship where Becky had befriended our friend Lyric and wanted to work with her. And Becky was out there. She was worried she wouldn't be as over coming back. And I'm not even going to get into, when you have long absences. That's why I discourage long absences when you're in a big time position. Because when you have long absences, sometimes it's nostalgia and sometimes it's disappointing. But nevertheless, she starts a trend in this show, and Lyric has a nervous breakdown on camera by the time we get to the end of this series. But there's the fear, the doubt, the blech. She's admitting human emotions. Maybe if she was supposed to be the sweet little baby face of the or whatever. But nobody keeps up an image anymore. Like I said before, I don't want to know Joe LeDuc had a cute poodle. I don't. And the rah-rah speeches and the pep-ups backstage. Nobody used to talk like this backstage where there was a group of people standing around you when you're ready to go out the curtain or around the corner or through the door or wherever it was. And there's go get them, champ, and patting you on the back. And you're like, oh, I'm so nervous. When did this all happen? I've never seen this shit before. When did everybody become a nervous wreck?
I think it's a generational thing more than any WWE changes, like Vince not being there. I think a lot of it is just, this is the generation of wrestlers. They're all around the same age. They all work for Ring of Honor around the same time.
I used to be that age. I couldn't have gotten to this age without being that age. When we're about to go out, if I'm nervous, it's, oh shit, I was supposed to throw fire. Is my fire going to get wet? Because it's something I'm not, if I got to get juice, is somebody going to see my blade? Because I'm not used to doing that. That's kind of shit I got nervous about. But just going out for shows, on a regular basis. This apparently happens because it's at Raw or it's at pay-per-views or it's at wherever the fuck. And they're all there to applaud. And when they come back, Flair used to fucking joke about he hated when he'd come back from the ring in St. Louis because he had to go so long because it was St. Louis and he had to. He just wouldn't not. He'd come back and the fucking locker rooms were empty. The only people would be there was the janitor because everybody wanted to go get something to eat. They were tired of fucking Flair taking all night. But so they do the whole thing with Bayley and Lyric, and they won the tag title and they lost the tag title, and then Becky kicked the shit out of her. And then again, Triple H comes back in to remind everybody, of course, this is the way we planned it. And they also remind everybody that when Becky turned heel on her, everybody cheered Becky because nobody gave a shit about Lyric because she had that quizzical face, like, what is happening to me all the time?
And wings. And she came out flapping her wings.
But Becky still wanted to get her over. So that's going to continue. And then, as you mentioned, Bruce wanted Gunther over, or McAfee over Gunther. And I wrote down Bruce is obnoxiously pleasant. I think that's the only way to phrase it.
See, I find him unpleasant because he looks so bizarre. I don't know if it's Botox or just the way he's aged, but he's off-putting to look at. And then you listen to him, and he's so professionally slimy. He's so professionally disingenuous in a pompous way,
you know what?
From someone who doesn't deserve to be pompous in any way. It's weird.
Professionally slimy was the follow-up to comfortably numb. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
No, Bruce doesn't know. You can't talk about Bruce's appearance because Bruce is wearing makeup in these shots. He doesn't really look like that.
Creepy.
But nevertheless,
creepy guy. Just a creepy guy without talent.
Triple H is with the whole thing with Gunther and Pat McAfee and the angle they shot with him defending Michael Cole and everything. Triple H is on the IFB tell Gunther not to let him go. I'm like, geez, this is the antithesis of what you need to see, because the thing that we've lost and the reason why that most wrestling sucks these days is because we have lost the ability for people to suspend their disbelief. Not that the wrestling business is predetermined or not, but that these fucking guys are capable of snapping and just doing some shit. And you used to see it on a regular enough basis where fans would hit the ring in a weekly territory. If you've got 52 shows a year, you're going to have a fan in the ring, 5 or 6 of them. And they would see it enough that when the guy would hit the ring, the other boom, or in the floor or something, or some shit would go on and somebody'd get bad juice, or a really well-worked fucking match would get the people fired up and, oh, goddamn, they were serious. Just enough to where even if you knew the business was a work, you didn't want to fuck with these guys. There was a high probability that they might snap and do something they're not supposed to do to you or somebody else. And this just shows that they're more micromanaged than even when I was active in television 10 years ago. That nobody was micromanaging shit this much, nor did they have the ability to when I was in the WWF, even years before that, because now they've got this incredible crew of people to tell everybody every fucking move to make, which is why nobody looks spontaneous, and there's no breakout guy that you think will just snap and get away with it.
Oh, I forget what it was. Was it the Jelly Roll match or something else? It may have been something else where the agent was literally calling the match from the back.
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
In TNA, because a lot of the guys wanted it that way. The younger guys like to do it anyway this way. And also because we didn't want to miss fucking shots, part of the producer's job that I had in TNA was to listen to the guys tell me the match they were planning to have. And then when I was in the truck, if it was anything that was coming up that was going to be out of the ring suddenly or requiring a camera shot that you would not expect. In other words, not just regular wrestling in the ring, but the dive or the thing on the floor, somebody's running in, whatever. You would let the director know ahead of time so he wouldn't be caught unawares and miss the shot. But there was still plenty of room for interpretation in the middle. Like, okay, now they're going to be in the ring for a while. And I would watch the match and I could tell if they were setting something up. I would throw my own comments in, like, he's going to give him a knee in the back here in a second. When he hits the ropes, whatever. But now they literally know every goddamn move. And they can also, we could talk to the referees to give them time cues, but we weren't telling the referee every 10 seconds, tell him to change the expression on his face. It's just so it's tighter than ever. But the point is, that's why people kind of just because it's only the top guys with the really right moments that can make them Brock. Because you would believe, because he's a rich fucking mental case, that he don't give a fuck if he lays waste to somebody, and that's why he draws money. Everybody else, anyhow. So McAfee, he's got his own building. Is that like a converted Mormon church or some kind of, I don't know, a cult building or whatever that he's now got a ring in his podcast studio in Indianapolis?
I don't know. It looked like some kind of gymnasium or auditorium. I don't know.
Well, it looks like a repurposed old building of some kind I think it was some kind of church. I bet you it was. But nevertheless, it's a nice place. And he had a barn. I've seen pictures when he was having Rip Rogers train him privately 10 years ago. He had a barn with a ring in it. So he's been into this for a long fucking time. But again, McAfee was worried he was going to look like an ass because of cardio or whatever, because he's a professional athlete, but it is a different thing. And he, of course, I think would have been mortified if they asked him to go over Gunther, because then the boys would hate him and et cetera, et cetera. But McAfee on this, and this is the closing comment I'll make here. McAfee on this did the best job of talking about the business openly and still giving it some respect. And because last season, remember, at least Punk, I believe, did a good job. And I remember Drew was featured, and they had the top guys that could really talk, and they could make the best of a bad situation and not just spill their goddamn guts, like, and make somewhat pithy comments about to engender some kind of credibility and respect for the business, even as it was being laid open like a goddamn filleted fish in front of our eyes. And McAfee everything hurts. And he's been a football player, and he put the business over and how, much it takes, and tried to keep some respect for it and put everybody else over and stayed humble. And then they had a lot of stuff about Becky and Lyric, and I was zoning out, and then a lot of coming attractions at the end of the first episode. But you know what the best thing probably my favorite thing, Brian, about the whole season of Unreal came here. Do you know what it was?
What was that?
When I found out there was 5 episodes, because I thought there had been 6. And so I figured, well, that's the best news I've heard. I don't have to fucking watch one of these episodes. What good is this doing anybody? Except it gives them more television to make. I can see them sending cameras out with guys to go eat at Cracker Barrel and then shoot the shit just to fill time. What is happening here?
Again, it's one of those questions I don't know exactly how you anticipate me answering it. I don't know. Again, I think they like to believe that they are doing more than just wrestling booking. But at the end of the day, it's professional wrestling and it's wrestling booking. I think a lot of people want to pretend like it's a lot different than what it is or bigger than what it is. And everyone's, I don't know if they're required, if they're told, if Michael Hayes is told, you better go talk to these people, or if they choose to, or if they opt in. But it doesn't seem like it does. Again, it doesn't seem like it does anything to help if it just destroys the mystique of the wrestlers and the angles and stuff you're doing. I'm not saying the fans are going to suddenly think it's all real. Just don't rub it in their faces that it's not. Pretend that it's real. That's how wrestling always worked. The universe of the 1-hour wrestling show or 90-minute wrestling show, in that universe, everything that's happening, as crazy as it may seem, it's all real. It's all really happening. And all the people that aren't crazy and nuts, that are in the studio or hosting the show or whatever, have to react like real people would to the real craziness. Instead, it's a show. It's like that old Muppet Show comparison. WWE show is like, hey, we're doing a wrestling show. Now let's take a break for a second. We're going to expose the business with this next little video. Watch this. And now we're going to go back to this, to pretending that any of this matters after that. They can't decide what they want to do and what they want to be. But again, it's fun to see the inside of the writing room and all this stuff. I don't think this show does anything to help them. It doesn't change. It's not going to change any outsider's perception on wrestling.
Oh, good Lord. I would hope that no outsider would want to watch this thing. But you're basically, in summation, you're saying that all the people involved in this show are way too enamored with the smell of their own farts, is what you're saying.
Oh, there's several specific people, I think, that are way too enamored with their own farts.
Several specific farters. Well, we'll be getting into this because it's still going to be a long season, folks, even with 5 episodes. But you know what? I would make a joke about these people live on another planet, but instead, I think all of these people in the writer's room and everybody else, at least the male section of the WWE, needs to go to Mars because they need some testosterone level of optimization.
Stop hitting things.
Somebody. I'm hitting things because I'm making points. I'm making points that we need, folks, as you get older, or even as these people on this program show, when you're still young, well, things just start not being the same. It starts the same diet that you used to eat. Now you're just getting fat all of a sudden, and you got no energy. And you just wait till you get to be 60 something, folks, and then you'll go to bed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But there's all kinds of unhealthy ways to keep your testosterone optimized. And you don't want to be doing those things. And it either costs a lot of money, or it shuts down your body's natural production, or has issues with your fertility. Some people shouldn't reproduce anyway, but if you want to, you ought to take care of that. But now, Brian, much as we always tell our folks out there, there's a natural way to do things instead of the unhealthy, chemical, manufactured, synthetic way There's a natural way that you can keep your energy, your strength, and your focus without shutting your body down or resorting to the dark web and drinking a variety of chemicals that are meant to make you live 1,000 years, but will also cause you to turn into a living mummy named Karis. I'm talking about our friends at Mars Men. Brian, you've seen the natural testosterone support that our friends at Mars Men, they send you a box. You got the box, right? I got the box.
I got the box.
You've got a plane ticket, or actually a spaceship ticket, from the planet Earth to the planet Mars. I'm saving this ticket because there's a couple of different people that I've wanted to send to another planet for a long time. And I don't know which one I want to use this on. They also send you a card with all of the ingredients listed in this fine. Hear that? That's a whole jar of them. Testosterone support that I'm holding in my hand now with no synthetics, no needles, no dependency. Just real natural stuff. Brian, the list of things that is in this stuff, you're going to be amazed. Do you know what's in this stuff? I'll tell you what's in this stuff. It is Tongkat Ali, 1,000 milligrams. Wow. 400 milligrams of Shilajit.
What?
4,000 IUs of vitamin D3, 675 milligrams of taurine. And there's thousands of percents of, 500% of your vitamin D also. And 83% of your vitamin K. And a variety of, there's fenugreek in it. So this stuff it'll get you into the Greek stuff. So all of this can be had. It's made in the USA. It's third-party tested. That means some guy over there they've been testing this shit on he's bouncing off the walls and hard as a rock 24 hours a day, I bet you. But at least he's going to a party. You've got a 90-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk because the worst case is you don't absolutely love it, you get your money back, but over 91% of users, Brian, report higher energy levels and feeling incredible results. You can check out the reviews over at mengotomars.com. That's where, so we are going to send you to another planet. This stuff here is over the moon, Alice. You start taking these natural ingredients and has the benefits without the scary long-term stuff of all of that testosterone business. And Brian, you're gonna feel like a young pup, a spring chicken, just a young man again with all the virility and instinctiveness of an idiot college student. So you'll probably make horrible mistakes in your lives and potentially go to jail.
Again, not potentially.
And you'll love it.
I don't know where you're going right now, but let's talk about.
Well, if you're feeling like you're 20, 25 years old again, you're going to make all the same mistakes. So you better, at least now you got the money to hire a good lawyer.
Lots of people out there have money for all sorts of things, and of course, it's a new year. Lots of people have New Year's resolutions, and a lot of people want to make things easier on their body the natural way. Mars Men will give you the same benefits of optimized testosterone without shutting your body down. No synthetics, no needles, no paywall, no clickbait, no dependency. Mars Men.
No depends. Our carefully crafted blend of ancient herbs and spices and modern supplements are designed to support healthy testosterone levels and promote well-being. Every ingredient, folks, I'll have you know, is meticulously tested for purity, potency, and efficacy. So if you want to efficacy your brains out to ensure that it meets the out-of-the-world standards of mengotomars.com, ladies and gentlemen, and if you said people got money, well, maybe you don't have all the money in the world. Maybe you want to save some money. Maybe you only want to pay half. Wouldn't that be something, Brian, if you could get all of something but only pay half for it?
It's not about what you want to pay. It's about the deal that's being offered to you. You could want to pay whatever you want. But
well, it's all about what you want to pay. If you tell me you want to pay something, I'll make you pay.
I guess the point is we have something to tell the listeners that not only will this be easier on your body the natural way, it'll be easier on your wallet the wallet way.
Wallet way. And that's a hard way, folks, for a limited time. That means not too much longer. So jump, even if you don't have energy, with your last gasp of energy and strength, folks. Go now and do this. You may not survive, but at least you've done something. For a limited time, our listeners are going to get 50% off for life, plus free shipping. And it depends on how long you live, though. Now, let's come on now. Don't be assholes about this. Live to be 140. 50% off for life, plus free shipping and 3 free gifts at mengotomars.com. And folks, you don't even need a code. You just go to mengotomars.com. And when you check out, you tell them where you heard about them. And you tell them that we told you about them. And then we told you to tell them that they told us that tell them we sent you. But just go to mengotomars.com and they'll take you away to Mars with 3 free gifts, free shipping, and 50% off for life. And again, that's a limited time only. This offer, not your life. Well, your life is limited too. Nobody lives forever, so make the most of it. Optimize your testosterone.
That's right. Optimize it today with Marsmen.
All righty. Well, let's come back to Earth, bro. Let's bring it back down to the big blue marble that we live on and try to press forward here. And did your mail arrive, by the way?
Yes, it did, actually. I'm glad you brought that up because I'll give you a spoiler. Maybe the star.
I know you've been anticipating something.
The star of the next Retro Figures segment. From Latuni, I just got the LJN style Antonio Inoki.
Oh, yeah.
And it comes with a little rubber towel. It actually has movable arms, and it comes with a poster of Antonio Inoki kicking a boxer who, from the back, you would think was Muhammad Ali.
But no face is visible.
But enough to avoid any trademark issues. So I'm pumped about this. LJN style Antonio Inoki. I am the audience for this.
With the tiny little rubber.
Red towel.
Yes. Well, I've got some news for you before we press on with the wrestling, another branch of the combat sports. Do you want to get on Twitter and just type in the name Cameron Smotherman? Cameron Smotherman.
Is that a real name?
That is a real name, and you're going to see the greatest bump that you've ever seen in your entire life.
Cameron. Oh, it comes right up. Smotherman.
Comes right up. He weighed in for a big UFC fight today.
Oh, gee.
You saw it.
He did the Flair face flop. He did the Flair face flop. Ooh, that's not good. What was that, from cutting weight for the fight?
Apparently, either that or he just suddenly had a brain aneurysm. But folks, for those of you who have not seen this, if you look up Cameron Smotherman, this guy, he's doing the weigh-in for the UFC fight, and he does the flex on the scale, and he gets off the scale and takes 2 or 3 steps, and then kind of starts hunching over a little bit, and then pitches forward face first with a flat flop on the hard stage, and whoomp, and everybody, oh, shit. And they apparently had to carry him bodily, feet and arms and everything off the stage. Fight's been canceled, by the way. He got knocked out by air.
After he made weight.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of these fighters cut 20 pounds or whatever. It's the same thing for the amateur wrestlers. This weight cutting bullshit is dangerous, and they get 20 pounds or more under what their legitimate weight ought to be, and then go into the cage or on the mat or whatever the combat may be, 20 pounds bigger than they weighed in at. What is the goddamn purpose then? Shouldn't it be like here's what I weighed like every day for the last week, and I've been within 5 or 6 pounds. Okay. Something like that. But instead of I'll sweat and piss and shit and strip naked and just shut my body organs down and then gain 25 pounds in 2 days and get in a fight.
This isn't a new issue. I mean, UFC's been dealing with these issues with fighters having to cut weight at the last second, sweating until the very last. I mean, literally the last second until they're on the scale. It's not healthy. I mean, it's as unhealthy as you could be for a fighter. What's more unhealthy, a fighter taking steroids or something? Or starving themselves of food and liquid so they can get on a scale before the fight? Not good. This looks really bad. Oof. This poor guy.
Well, he cut weight, but he also cut all his front teeth out, I bet you, because
they carried him off like he was dead. I mean, Jesus, I'm looking at that now. All right, well, TKO on a roll.
Well, let's go back to the phony shit. Unreal is what we were talking about. And number 2, segment 2, show 2, episode 2, that's the word I was searching for. Now they're starting to feed in a little bit, some of the other guys. They're going to focus a little bit on R-Truth this week. I say this week. All these things come out at the same time now. And Road Dogg, I love the Armstrong family, and I love Brian Armstrong. But he was introduced as a writer and a producer and etc. And he's going to start, because he's been friends with Ron Killings for years, and he's going to start telling us about him. And he kind of starts breaking into tears. And I've known, the way that I heard it first, I've known Ron. I met him in Memphis 25 years ago when I was a drug and alcohol addict or whatever. I'm like, what? Is this going to be a story where they were doing drugs together? And then him being a recovering drug addict never figured into the goddamn story again. Why does he just mention that at the start of every public statement now? By the way, I'm a recovering drug addict. And so I'd like a triple cheese with what? Did you see that, or did it even land with you?
I mean, it didn't land. I mean, as you're saying it, again, I don't remember exactly how it was in context, but as you're saying it, it does seem like a superfluous comment to make there at the beginning that's unnecessary. But, Brian Armstrong seemed, whatever you think about his wrestling writing ability or in-ring ability or some of his ideas that you've seen on Twitter or whatever, seems like the nicest human being on the planet. And
he is.
Clearly, Ron Killings and him, and they were together in TNA. They were obviously together in WWE. They have a very close relationship, and he's a very emotional guy. He's a very, very emotional guy.
Everybody on his show is so emotional. They're all crying, and they're just nervous. Rick, this show should be sponsored by Xanax.
I don't remember which episode, so I'll just say it here. You know who looks like he needs a hug at all times? Chris Parks. You want to talk about people who seem nervous and you feel bad?
Abyss, yes.
I feel bad for how nervous he seems in every scene.
It used to be when he was Abyss in TNA 15 plus years ago. And again, worked so hard and just a nice guy, but he's just so tightly wound and searching for approval that he'd ask everybody, including whoever was playing Mickey Mouse on the lot. How was it? Was it okay? How was it? One time he was asking me, was it okay? How was it? When he still had thumbtacks and shit on him. I said, go take the thumbtacks out of you. But sometimes you'd rib people with Abyss, ask so-and-so if he's got some feedback for you on his, because then you'd never get rid of him, right? But he's a very earnest person, but everybody involved now is all nervous and or hyperactive and or just nice. And none of those things are good things to be in the wrestling business, because it'll already make you hyperactive and fucking nervous. And you don't need to be nice. You need to be meaner. But anyway, and Road Dogg they told the story that Road Dogg has been friends with Ron Killings, as you said, forever, since Memphis 25 years ago. And they explained the John and Ron Cena deal. And did you go when Road Dogg said, well, Truth wants to cut his hair for the Cena match, Triple H said, why? And Road Dogg got fired up about I'm just tired of pitching ideas for this thing.
Yeah, well, he couldn't defend it at all. What was that?
At all.
I just love him. I mean, he should have just said that.
Well, but the thing is it didn't really make any sense. And somebody said, what, suddenly we're going to make him afraid of Ron Killings has been comedy for however long, and we're going to make him afraid of him by Saturday or whatever. But this show started what is going to run through the next several episodes is that we went back and saw that the heel John Cena was a fucking mess. And they even end up admitting that, people just want to see Cena, but they were dealt this by The Rock. It'll be interesting to see if The Rock shows back up anytime for WrestleMania. But then after they've had the match with Truth and Cena and the blah, 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 and they hug and they thank each other. So then his contract expires. And remember when this happened, we talked the terminology. His contract expired. He didn't get released. They didn't fire him. They didn't renew him. And I think that this was probably serendipitous that they ended up just making something out of it because of the backlash and people being interested, because they didn't want to renew him at the money they were paying him. It's not they didn't want to renew him at all. And I think you and I remember we went over all of this. So now Triple H is saying the contract was up. We were far apart. Communications broke down. So they let him lapse to make him come talk to him. But instead he tweeted, but he was never fired. And Truth said it. And I get the idea that Truth is probably a guy who gets his feelings hurt easy too. But the fans complained, but then also they were able to get back, and they probably, who knows if they re-signed him for the same thing that they were offering him before when they were way apart or whatever. But was this a lot of stuff about not a lot of stuff?
It was funny too, after the fact, Triple H, they had a few different clips of him like profusely apologizing to Truth without doing it. Like, hey, I just want you to know, no, it was just business. We're just doing it. Because he didn't want to say, hey, I really wanted you to think you were coming back because I wanted you to come beg us for a job so we can get you cheaper than what you're asking for. Which is exactly what he's saying without saying. I mean, it was interesting. Again, R-Truth, another guy that incredibly likable. And I forgot how talented he was early in his career until they showed just a few clips of him when he first came up as K-Quick. And he stood out, and then he was gone. And went to TNA, where he was used as a top guy. He was an NWA world champion. Wasn't a comedy figure. You forget that. But he is certainly, I agree with them, that he does their comedy stuff better than anyone else ever. And I don't think you necessarily need a silly comedy component on your shows, but if you're going to have it, he's the very best.
Have the guy that does it the best.
With that said, he's in his, mid-50s?
53, I believe, because that was another of the points. You're going to sign a multi-year contract with a 53-year-old wrestler.
And you hear all the wrestlers like, I can't even imagine WWE without R-Truth. I mean, you could have said that about Jay Strongbow. You could have said that about anybody who's been there a long time, but it's wrestling. Eventually, you are going to age out.
A lot of people could imagine the WWF without Jay Strongbow. I'll vouch for that. But it's not Make-A-Wish. But I mean, I'm not knocking the guy either. And yeah, like you said, he does the comedy as well as the comedy can be done. But I was interested then when he came back and that one time he cut the promo and he cut his hair off on at least the front of it. And you thought, okay, they're going to let him see what he can do as a real guy for the last year or two or whatever he's signed for. And then they got this and he disappeared again. So,
Is his hair back? I don't even remember from the last time we saw him on Raw. Did he grow his hair back exactly the same as it was?
I do. Well, geez, those dreadlocks are like 2 feet long. I would think it'd take a while to grow that. He may be working on his hair for the rest of his contract.
So, season 1 of Unreal, so much of it was about everything leading up to the Rock Travis Scott thing with John Cena. And Cena's obviously a big part of number 2 here, but it was almost like he was in the background. He didn't do an interview, I don't believe, right? He didn't participate the way everyone else did. And also, again, it didn't take the business being up, or the business, actually, I don't know if it was up. It was, in terms of crowd attendance, it wasn't, but business being up because of the system being up is different than John Cena's heel turn causing big business, which didn't happen.
He might not have wanted to sit down and talk about it because he couldn't come up with a lot of good reasons to justify it, perhaps. I don't know. But that's, and then on this, back to episode 2, Naomi and Jimmy Uso, another married couple with a kid. And I'm not going to go back and say everything I said. A lot of my comments in episode 1. If you've just joined us late, folks, go back and listen or go to YouTube. But the same things I said about the show in episode 1, I don't want to know their mundane married lives and their trials and tribulations. These are supposed to be superstars. And they told the story of Naomi walking out, which I'd forgotten that she was the other part of that thing, but it was her and Sasha Banks, old Mercedes Moon, that in 2022 walked out and gave them the tag team belts, said, here, we're leaving. And they said Sasha Banks once and then kept saying Naomi and her partner.
Yeah, and the other thing, they kept saying the old creative.
Then head.
Yeah.
The then head of talent relations. Instead of saying John Laurinaitis, which now is like saying shit, I guess. Then head of talent relations. But the way they presented this, and I hope to God this was exaggerated or edited improperly or whatever, but she didn't tell Jimmy she was leaving the building.
That's what she said. That's what he said.
And then that's what she said. And well, fuck that. They're married. I can't imagine. Number one, if when we'd been working together in a locker room and Stacy decided she was going to quit and walk out and didn't tell me. And secondly, if I'd have decided I was going to quit and walk out, I'd have went and got her and took her with me. How the fuck would this?
Imagine if Stacy walked out like that and she was making hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? Like it's not just like, hey, I'm making $50 and I can leave. Naomi walked out on all that.
Yeah, in that case, I may have let her stay gone. But they had footage of her and Jimmy as the cook in the house, and they got a dog, and that's wonderful. But basically, I skipped a bunch of shit. It was she turned the heel, she got over, she started cutting great promos, she won the women's Money in the Bank ladder match, and so far everything's great. More on that to come. And then they go back to the Cena and Cody universe where they had the match with Cena and Logan Paul against Cody and Uso, and R-Truth ran in and the fans went nuts. And that's when Triple H said he was so happy you're back, and Road Dogs, and nobody told me, but I'm happy he's back. And then he's forgotten after that.
Hey, what do you think of that? Because that's not the only time in this series where Triple H kayfabes either wrestlers or agents or commentators. What do you think of that? Seth Rollins, that's what it was. It was when he came back from the injury with the surprise cash-in.
Yeah. Oh, and we're coming up on that, but he's done it. To your question, he's done it more than just in that instance, with that being the one everybody focused on with the fake Seth Rollins injury. But I mean, here's again, if this was the normal, regular wrestling business that existed up until about 10 or 15 years ago, even up there, until it got to be so big that there's a larger group of people now that just expect to be told about everything. And goddamn, thankfully the Manhattan Project wasn't run that way, or, the Eskimos on the Aleutian Islands would have had the atomic bomb. But also, you can't trust the boys anymore. And I say the boys and the girls and the talent and the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees. Because everybody wants to text somebody, or everybody's got a fucking cell phone, or everybody's got instant communication. And it's in some cases, there are things that not everybody needs to know. And to be quite honest, as a regular matter of course, in any company that I ever worked for, unless you were involved in the production meeting or you went and asked the actual people in a segment, you didn't, if you were a talent, you didn't know what anybody else was doing besides what you could read on the format and see so-and-so versus so-and-so or so-and-so promo. Nobody told you about other people's shit. But I mean, now there's a dozen referees. I think it's good that not everybody needs to know every goddamn move everybody's going to make. But it's ridiculous sometimes with the things that they kayfabe just to be, as Vince used to say, kayfabing themselves.
Yeah, the overproduction's a whole nother story. I mean, again, calling spots from the back, telling the referee everything to do, just calling every single thing from a headset. I mean, it's somewhat crazy to me. I guess when you think of wrestling like a Hollywood thing like WWE does, that makes sense, but nothing feels ad-libbed for a reason.
Yeah, well, and also all the talent, the announced talent you would hear over the past 15 years or whatever would complain that Vince was always in their ear, the announcers screaming at him, say this or say that or do this. Mick Foley quit over that at one time when he was an announcer. He quit the company, went to TNA. Said, Vince, I like you and I want to keep liking you, and I'm not if you don't stop yelling at me. But that was producing the announcers, because Vince used to be the announcer. Now, as Triple H and or his producers, because they used to be wrestlers, now they're producing the fucking wrestlers. Nevertheless, would you like to move on to the following episode?
That was episode 2. Yeah, that's what it was, episode 2. Let's talk about episode 3 of WWE Unreal.
It's amazing how that 3 follows right after episode 2. This is now getting into the Vision, where Paul Lee is joined up with Seth, and they've turned on Punk and Roman at WrestleMania last year. And then suddenly they went into a Penta segment because they wanted to feature Penta. I guess they chose him for the Hispanic audience. And I tried to skip most of this because I don't give a shit. But apparently in Worlds Colliding, they're also going to feature Chelsea Green, and Chelsea Green had a match against Penta in 2018, which she apparently is just incredibly happy about. And I don't know which is worse, that they had it or that they told us about it when nobody knew to begin with. And then they had a segment on Chelsea in her new house that is being built. Is that for because hurricanes in Florida? Do they build the houses, the walls with concrete blocks?
I would presume that was my thought watching this.
Because, goddamn, that's honestly, I mean, I could see if that was like a dental office building or something, but they build regular homes with concrete block walls. Fucking hell. Anyway, I skipped that too.
You got to keep the weather out in Florida.
Well, fuck. I know we have tornadoes here, but if you just have to go ahead and just start from scratch building your walls with concrete blocks, I believe I'd move where it was a softer climate. I'm sure Chelsea is a wonderful person. She's definitely a hard worker. And she takes advantage of all her opportunities. But again, I don't care. And then they were in the writer's room talking about Chelsea and Zelina. Then they did a bit of a little segment on Braun Breaker. And then they went back to Penta. Jesus Christ. And I'm thinking, this fucking show sucks. But then they got to the ladder, the Money in the Bank ladder match, and Abyss. And you mentioned, Abyss seems a little hyper and high-strung. He also loves gimmick matches. And here's the thing. It's a special talent. I don't know what part of the brain it has to do with. But I will tell you about Abyss. He can sit down and hear one of these goddamn convoluted fucking gimmick matches. I know this from TNA. Well, these convoluted gimmick matches, all this bullshit going on. And then he can tell it back to you verbatim, move for move and thing for thing. And that's why no wrestler from 30 years ago or more would have probably been able to exist in today's environment, because if you gave them all that shit, they go, what are you, out of your fucking mind? But he can do it. Nevertheless, this is the part where they've emasculated poor LA Knight. They wanted a close finish with Seth Rollins and LA Knight. And they did a nice package on the match with Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Jungle. And Seth even made the comments, did you hear him? I hate Money in the Bank matches, the ladders, the clutter in the ring. There's too much bullshit going on. Which is the thing I've said for anybody that actually wants to be able to wrestle instead of just do goofy stunts. It's just garbage in your way. You're going to get hurt on. But nevertheless, here's what I was going to ask you, Brian. Did you like the finish that Triple H told him that he had wanted afterwards, or the one that he told him to do beforehand? Because they kind of sort of did the one that he told him to do beforehand, or told Abyss to have him do, and then went into a lot more goddamn detail when they didn't do it right. About what you had wished they had done. I heard two different things.
Yeah, I mean, again, Triple H has a very unique way of delegating, I guess would be the word. And then just sitting there as the Grand Poobah, overseeing everything. I felt bad for LA Knight, the way this was presented, because it really made him seem like the dipshit. He would have been the biggest dipshit in this series if not for that Lyra Valkyria thing from SummerSlam, which they just showed you everyone's face as it fell apart.
Oh, but, God, yeah.
I just saw the other day the Twilight Zone episode where Buddy Ebsen had the ability to help his friend win in dice. He had some sort of...
He had the telekinesis power.
I forget the name of the actor who played the gambler, but he looked just like LA Knight. I was fascinated watching. I was like, that's LA Knight. But, yeah, what do you think about all this?
Well, again, he went into a lot more detail about what was wrong with it afterwards that would have been helpful to have been conveyed beforehand. But I'm thinking if Triple H is standing there telling Abyss to get the finish to give him, why Triple H just go over and give it to him in front of Abyss and then say, okay, that's a lot of times that's what I would do if I was in a position where I had to give a finish out, but there was also a producer. I'd give it to everybody at the same time. So, okay, now you guys can go help each other remember and put things together or whatever and come back, but there's the gist or whatever. Instead, he's like whispering, okay, go over and tell him this. Again, some of this, much of this maybe, is being shot for television, and they know they're mic'd. And so I don't know what conversations are being recreated with acceptable verbiage, but if I'd been LA Knight, I don't know if I'd have been happy while I was sitting there and they're telling me everything I did wrong when it kind of looked like they almost did the fucking, I know there could have been a little more drama, but they kind of almost did the finish that I first heard to begin with. And again, it's these goofy gimmick matches. And then the rest of this show basically was more Penta. Paul Heyman loves Penta. On his infrequent sit-ins in the writer's room there, he loves Penta, but more on Paul in future episodes. But that ends with them putting the vision more together and heel Cena beating Punk at Night of Champions and blah, blah, blah. And we're headed towards SummerSlam.
Was this the episode where they showed Penta's training school?
I believe it was, yes, as well as him and his neighborhood and him with subtitles, which helped to some extent, but
he was training children, though, and they were actually bumping better than a lot of the guys.
Yeah.
They were quick.
Well, that's another thing is I'm wondering, I don't know what the personal injury laws are in Mexico, but he's, in Mexican terms, a multimillionaire because of his WWE contract and income. And if he in his spare time is not running a well-insured operation and somebody gets hurt, bingo, bango, bongo. But you never know. He might just have to leave the country, Brian. He might just have to take himself and suddenly move to a completely different place around the world as far as you know. Wink, wink. You know what I'm saying there?
No, I don't know what you're saying there or here.
Well, sometimes you got to be somewhere else whenever you want to do something that you wouldn't be able to do in the place that you were before. And that's where you need friends over at Surfshark. Now you see where I'm going with that. Because ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and children of all ages, in today's busy, confusing world, when you don't know where to watch your shit at or how much it's going to cost you, just do yourself a favor. Don't bother to subscribe to every single streaming service in the world. Just plant yourself in one of these friendly, neutral countries like Canada, and you can see commercial-free WWE. Or plant yourself in another place that has access on a more friendly term to the wrestling program that you would like to watch, and it's all due to Surfshark being able to reach through the lines of the internet and grab your PC and jerk it into a foreign country and implant it firmly in a thatched hut somewhere in the South Pacific Islands.
I don't believe.
And they get everything for free.
They don't.
Topless women, pineapples, everything.
All right, listen, Mr. Brando, let's get back to the ad here, and let's also say that's not how they do it. And what they do is very valuable right now, Jim. We are on the cusp of another Saturday night's main event, which is on the cusp of the Royal Rumble. Different services for everything. You got to pay all that money for the ESPN app. But if you were up in Canada, like Robert Goulet was, you'd have the opportunity to get that wrestling event on Netflix in Canada, save a bunch of money, see commercial-free wrestling at times. A great deal from our friends at Surfshark.
And it's very cuspy. And I'll tell you what, again, folks, you can change the country to suit your needs. Let's say you want to watch the, I don't know whether you know this or not, Brian, but in the United States, at least the contiguous 48 states, cow fighting is illegal. But you can just put yourself in Bolivia and watch all the cow fighting your heart's desire.
I don't even know if that's a thing, but let's not endorse that thing, whether here or in Bolivia.
Well,
wherever.
They put gloves on them.
On the cows?
They put gloves. Yes, they put gloves on their hooves, and also they've got a padded, like a catcher's mitt thing over their udders. So, folks, once again, right now, what you can do to save even more money than the money you're going to be saving on all these fakakta streaming services is go to surfshark.com. That's SURF shark.com/JCE. Use the code JCE at checkout. When you sign up for a period of Surfshark, you're going to get 4 extra months with that code on top of what you have signed up for, which is, again, a savings of all kinds of money. Surfshark.com/JCE. Use the code JCE. You're going to get 4 extra months onto your Surfshark program. Not only will you be able to fly freely around the world, you and your family, or potentially your mistress if you'd like to take her with you, but also it's plenty of security, because there, again, more than ever now in today's dangerous world, there are people trying to come through your walls, and you don't want that to happen. So Surfshark will literally send a bunch of sharks to swim around your house.
That's not literally what they'll... No, they won't.
Well, first,
literally, get out of here.
The moat is optional. If you get the moat put in, if not, they will send sharks that will just sit in beach chairs, like the Adirondack type of chairs, with a stick and fight anybody that tries to come in and invade your internet privacy. That's what they're going to do.
We were right there. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Saturday night's main event, the Royal Rumble, the phone ringing, Elimination Chamber, and so many other things on the horizon. Surfshark can save you money and make it easy. Jim, I understand we have a great deal for the listeners.
Yes, I just told them about it. Surfshark.com and use the promo code JCE. Surfshark.com/JCE. I can't say those letters enough. You're going to get 4 extra months on top of your surfing of your shark that you already signed up for. And that's going to save you all kinds of money and trouble and time. And they can't come in the middle of the night and kidnap you through your internet connection.
No, they can't. Let's end on that note, since we have a definitive statement.
So we agree with each other.
One more time, that link.
Surfshark.com/JCE.
All right. Trying to get a tiger dye here. It's not really. Come on. Today's the day.
Come on now.
Come on. Today's a special. There we go. Oh, now this one's stuck. Oh, and now it's not working. All right, back to WWE Dynamite.
No, what WWE Dynamite? Unreal number 4 is the name of this show. Performance art. Again, I have seen married couples that did not have the affection for each other that these people have for the smell of their own flatulence. So Triple H starts this program pitching the idea, what if Seth has a knee injury, but he's only working it? Not only was it his idea, but he's admitting to it. And they've got to spend the rest of this episode, and I think maybe the next one, trying to justify it and act like it was a good idea and that it worked because it created doubt and blah, blah, blah. And again, this is one of the senior writers, as she's captioned, the woman giggling over this idea. There's always different writers in the writer's room. Now, there was a woman in here. She's got a bucket-sized drink cup. Maybe she was crocked. But who is this person? And I won't be sexist. I will give the same consideration as I give to the guys, to the women. You mean to tell me that they can find this woman and some other woman that was sitting there that goddamn just out of nowhere because they went to writing school somewhere? There has not been one female talent that's gone through their program in the last 25 years that had any aptitude, any interest in booking or being brought onto the creative team to try to. Nobody? Bueller?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, too, because this is like the wrestling committees of old, in a sense. There's one person on top, but it's just a bunch of people pitching ideas, throwing out ideas. The way wrestlers became bookers was they were kind of noticed for having ideas by the promoter or the booker or whoever it may be.
Yes.
Like you just said, you mean there's no one, whether woman or man, because other than Bobby Roode and the Road Dogg, I don't think any wrestlers were in that room while we saw this show. But specifically the women, there's no one who was an idea person? No one who, like, man, she always had good finishes or she always had good ideas? No one?
That's what I'm saying. And I mean, maybe a Trish Stratus, I'm just throwing a name out, made too much money and she lives in Canada. She don't want to fuck with it or whatever. But even some of the girls that were okay, because this is where you often find, if you notice, the greatest bookers were usually just the okay talents, but they had an aptitude in the other direction.
Like baseball managers.
Well, there you go. But nobody, none of their girls in their program has ever. They put Warrior's fucking wife, who didn't know a wrist lock from a wristwatch, as the old saying goes, on the creative team, just as a publicity stunt, right? That one time. But there are no
that was Vince
ex-active female wrestlers on the booking staff whatsoever. So, all right. So the point is, they come up with this idea that Seth is going to have a fake knee injury. And then Paul has been on the thing with comments from here and there or backstage, or occasionally he's in the writer's room, but now finally he's sitting down and they got one of those fisheye lenses so they could get a close-up on his face and not cut any of his jowls off. And he was my favorite part, literally, of this whole series, because even though he is cooperating with it, he still wants to try to act like he's not wanting to cooperate with it for the sake of, he's getting himself over is what he's doing here. There's so much back and forth reverse psychology that is often with Paulie, your head spins. But he is presenting this in a manner that's palatable to him, and he can still use his dramatic verbiage, but he's still cooperating with the thing. They ask him the question, what is a work? And he said, what's a work? I'd like to invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege. I'm not a fan of this show. I grew up in an era you defended the business or you were beaten up and ostracized. This is true. And it's hard for a person it's jarring for a person like me from an era where secrecy was life and death to quiet. And again, this is great for Paul because Paul's always doing a promo. And then he said, depose me. I'll treat this like a deposition. I mean, at least he's entertaining within the parameters of this thing. And do you see Paul Heyman as nervous and troubled and, ready to fucking spill his guts about his, previous substance abuse or what? Or do you see the Paul Heyman that you would imagine when you watch the wrestling show that's Paul Heyman? Do you see what I'm trying to say, Brian?
I think the difference is Paul Heyman has always been secure in being Paul Heyman. A lot of other people seem like they're still trying to figure themselves out.
But all I know is Heyman, even when he is exposing the business and breaking kayfabe and telling you how the sausage is made, he still talks like fucking Paul Heyman from television. And sounds like that guy would sound, or you would think he should sound, and looks like you think he should look, because he's a genius. Morbidly obese, but a genius. Well, it's going to be a shame when inevitably his poor health decisions cut short this incredible career. But he said a work in wrestling is not as important today as it used to be, except at the very top level, which is actually true because they've now, you used to be able to take middle card guys that the people kind of liked and shoot an angle with them where you could put them on top for a week or two. And it would, but now, no, if everybody's done so much and everything's been done that unless it's the top half dozen guys in the business doing something, it's not going to make that much difference either way. It does to the individual wrestlers, but not the gate. And he got an ECW story in about when ECW, when they blinded the Sandman, he didn't leave his house for 5 weeks. I mean, it could tell the same story about JYD or whatever. He said, was it a work or was it performance art? But that's, I started thinking, because Becky is going to make a big deal out of this. I think, is it in this show? I'm trying to look ahead at my notes. No, I'll wait till the next show to talk about working the injuries. But I mean, then they go to Jelly Roll because we got to have a celebrity, right? And again, the nicest guy in the world he comes off as. And I'm glad he's got his weight and his health under control. And I wish he'd do something about the face tattoos. I don't know what the fuck he just gave up on life early before he realized he's going to be a millionaire. And now he's got to be thinking, why the fuck did I do this? But the thing is, he's the furthest thing from a natural when he was in the ring, but he was working his ass off and he was humble at the same time. So I'm not knocking him as a person or even knocking the idea that they were able to get a big star and put him in a tag team match on a big show. But did we have to see him laying there and then walking through, laying on the table in the exact position that Logan Paul is going to splash him? And okay, and make sure you sit up a little bit and then blah, blah, blah. It gets so minute. Do you see what I'm saying? That, yeah.
Well, again, he wanted to feel what the table would feel like before he actually had to do it because he didn't want to feel it for the first time during the match.
Laying on a table.
Michael Hayes, I believe, was the one who gave him the advice to lean up a little bit. What are your thoughts on Michael Hayes in this series? I think he comes across great.
Yes, he does, because what a gimmick, though. I don't know. Why does he wear the hat even indoors? I bet you he's got a bald spot.
Well, he was losing his hair
a
long time ago.
It would only be natural at this point. But besides the fact that he looks preposterous, he gives like the wise old uncle advice. They don't focus on him per se, but they'll bring him in for a pithy comment every now and then. And again, he knows the psychology of the whole thing, but at the same time, he's been there long enough to understand what they fucking want these days. So yeah, I like Michael's comments aren't that bad and they're entertaining, but anyway, they go into the Seth thing where Triple H is still trying to say how cool it's going to be if everybody believes he's really hurt. And he's telling Cody how important it is. And they're over in the arena talking, the two of them quietly. It's important that We kayfabe this. Don't let anybody in the circle, right? They're mic'd. And then,
yeah, and by the way, remember the story got out. I think it was John Pollock reported that they're going to do some kind of knee injury angle. And then when it happened, Dave Meltzer, when people started attacking him, one of those times he wasn't wrong, he was pointing out, look, it was reported here in advance. So whatever that small circle was, one of them leaked it.
Well, see, again, God damn it, what are they thinking? They're saying that, well, we're only going to tell so-and-so and so-and-so on the writing team and so-and-so in the match. And then so-and-so has to know. That's like 5, 6 people. They're mic'd and they're being recorded. And how many of the crew people that are carrying the camera, that are listening on headphones with the audio off camera, that are reviewing this footage at the end of the day, that are logging this footage for eventual editing and who's saying what and what the time codes are. If it was just the 5 or 6 people like it used to be in the wrestling business that was just being told that by each other, yeah, you can keep a secret. But you've just, the 5 or 6 people, by virtue of being part of this television production about the television production, you've just increased the circle of trust to about 35 fucking people, some of whom don't even work full-time in the wrestling business. So that's how it got leaked. And remember and I still say that Triple H said in this show, the comment was toward the end of the match, he'll hurt his knee and go down. And as I remember, they hadn't had a lot of match. And remember, that's the thing, is the reason why I was fooled about it initially was I said, what could be the benefit to doing rotten television on a major TV special, to having a boring, awkward, flat moment in front of a big crowd and a big TV special in a main event match? Why would you do that on purpose? They did it on purpose. And they said they wanted it to be awkward and bad. And that's an LA Knight, when he was being told this finish, looked as thrilled as if they said they were going to send his cat to the electric chair. And they were talking about how good he was acting in the match when they did the finish. He wasn't acting. You could see on his face, this fucking sucks. This is the shits. I could have torn the house down with this guy, even if he beat me, but now they're going to do this way. Am I lying, Brian?
You're not lying, Brian.
Well, my feet ain't left the ground. But anyway, so no wonder they couldn't keep it secret. This was part of this production. And they were making a point to go and mic and shoot. They mic'd Triple H when he said Seth didn't want LA Knight to know. Why does he have to know? He said, well, Triple H said, if the situation was reversed and I didn't tell you, oh, okay, I see. God damn, maybe this a bunch of loose lips sinking ship motherfuckers. But anyhow, they have the fucking match, and Seth said, I can't take full credit for this idea. Good Lord, I don't know why anybody'd want to. But that's, again, Bobby Roode said, 5 or 6 people knew, plus the writers, plus the crew shooting the Unreal, plus the blah, blah, blah. And when they showed the highlights of the match, I think they showed practically the whole match. But the injury spot, again, was as awkward and rotten as you remember it. And while the people that were involved in it and did it were trying to justify it, remember, not only did we shit on it as a bad piece of television, but then everybody on the internet saw through it in the next 4 or 5 days or whatever, and it didn't make that much difference.
Yeah, all those cameras back there for that, nothing covered the reaction to Goldberg running long or being booked short. That was the same night. That was the same night as the Goldberg retirement.
That's right. Well, that was completely left out of this. Well, there's only so much time. But then, any comments on the whole Seth Rollins knee thing? The injury, at least, we won't get the reveal that it's a work until the next episode. But before I go into how they close this thing off,
I go back to the angle they did. I think Seth Rollins did about as good as anyone could ever possibly do to feign a knee injury. I thought he did a great job that night. And Heyman's reaction at ringside, just the whole thing. But they basically blew up a match on a show to build to a moment on another show a few months later, or later that month, whatever it was. And I guess that's kind of modern WWE. It's all just about moments. They don't care about the matches, the results, anything. The only things that really register are getting big moments, because big moments go viral, and then you can pretend like, look at how big and successful we are, because this was retweeted 10 billion times. No one retweets a lot of the average crap that happens on SmackDown and Raw every week, because all they're doing is building to big moments, and that's what they did. They blew up the LA Knight Rollins match to do the angle, and by the way, it was a great moment when he threw the crutches down and cashed it on Punk. It would have been better if he didn't get hurt right away, shortly after
yeah.
But,
as Bobby Eaton would say, he burnt the bread on himself.
Seth Rollins stuff with the Vision, it's like we always talk about, is Seth Rollins the guy that draws the money or the guy that the guy who draws money works with? It reminds me of Edge with Judgment Day. When he faked the injury, it was pretty obvious. And now that he's really injured, it's clear as day. The Heyman group benefits from not having him. Everyone else is elevated right away not having him there. So, that's the other interesting thing to point out.
Well, but also, and to be fair to Seth Franklin Rollins, because of this injury, and when he comes back, he'll be a bigger babyface and of more benefit than he would have been as the heel that he was before he got hurt.
Yeah, unless he gets hurt again right away. That's I guess the issue I'm talking about here. They built up the big moment for him and Punk, which has been an overriding feud behind the scenes and then up front. When I say behind the scenes, kind of in the background and then up front for a couple of years now. And then they pulled the trigger on that, and he didn't last much longer, and he's gone down before. And his knee's gone down now, his shoulder's down or whatever. That's the thing I worry about. He wrestles a very physical style. Is he going to have to work a Roman Reigns kind of schedule? One match every 5 months to make sure he doesn't break down? I don't know.
Well, no, you got a better chance of breaking down. You only wrestle one time every 5 months, but I'd see what you're saying. But anyway, they finished this show off, and I'm just going to, we're Io Sky. And I know there's a bunch of people that love Io Sky, and they gave her subtitles too, and et cetera, but they now have, this is what I took from this segment. They now have a WWE stunt coordinator. And he's not one of the boys either. He has a tape measure, and he measures out and tapes off on the floor Io's jump off an equipment case. And they have the crash pads that he comes out with the special effects shit that they use when they do high falls. He's a movie guy. So now it's double fake because it looks fake anyway when they're standing there waiting for some knucklehead to jump off a precipice on top of them. I'll cut you. But it's double fake now because they pre-plan it to the point, at least there is at least something to be said for the boys when they first started this stuff. When they just looked around and went and said, you know what? If I fucking climb up that goddamn basketball goal, I can fucking do the crossbody off the goal on you. Okay, I'll catch you. And they just went with it. But now it's just, they're stunt coordinators. What, as to quote Jackie Fargo, what have they done to my fucking business? So they did a whole girls segment on the Evolution pay-per-view that Not many people saw, but it ended with Naomi winning the women's title and getting over like crazy. And all the girls were celebrating with her, and Triple H loved it. And we thought, well, she's great. And of course, this show ended before we got the bad news that all that greatness was going to come to a fucking screeching halt. But I'm a fucking stunt coordinator. God damn it. Just learn to take a fucking backdrop.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that was episode 4 of WWE Unreal. We're in a good mood today, folks. One more episode to go.
Well, that's right. It was Unreal number 5, the climactic finish. They titled the show The Pop. And then this is what, and I mentioned this earlier in the program, but and again, I'm not going to go back all of my overriding comments that I made on show number 1 about the general tone of the thing, that everybody's a nervous wreck and everybody's goddamn freaking out. And I don't want to know that Joe LeDuc had a cute poodle. I don't want to know that wrestling heroes are a bunch of insecure nitwits with fucking problems with the electric bill. I don't know what the fuck. But now here was Becky Lynch was freaking out about who she had to lie to about Seth's knee. I'm having to lie, and I'm having to lie. It's working. You're not lying to your goddamn friends about important matters. You are protecting the wrestling business. That's working. And we've always known, and any family members would know, that's what you do. You don't have to even stress about it. You're working to protect the fucking business. But she's freaking out about having to lie, respond to all the texts. How many people do you know, Brian, that would text or call to see if you broke your leg on TV on a wrestling show to see if it was real or not?
I mean, if I pulled it off as well as Seth Rollins did, again, he did a great job. I'm sure Suzanne would get a lot of messages from people that know us wondering if it happened or not. I don't know if she would have this moral dilemma that Becky Lynch had. She was lying to her manager or, whatever she said. But they didn't lie to the preschool teacher. I don't know.
Well, see, I'm just thinking, and that's another thing. This is why you don't have kids, folks. Her daughter smartened one of the teachers up. That's why you don't have kids. You can't trust them.
You could trust them.
Blabbermouth.
Have kids. They're wonderful.
They're blabbermouths. But I'm just thinking, here's the thing. I was thinking, okay, if when I blew my leg on a scaffold match, right? If that had been a work, how hard would it have been for me to keep it a secret? And I was trying to think, okay, my mom was smart to the business already because before I got in it. And regardless of what she saw on television, she knew if I didn't call her and tell her I got hurt, I wasn't hurt. The rest of my family didn't watch fucking wrestling on TV. So they wouldn't see me for months at a time and not think anything was wrong. My close friends, besides almost everybody I knew was involved in the wrestling business in some fashion or another. But my closest friends that would be outside the business still watched wrestling and again would have probably been able to determine whether I was really hurt or not just by watching the angle and seeing what the fuck it looked like. And now that I think of it, one of them would have probably been Brian Hildebrand, and he was in the business just at a lower level by that point. My next door neighbors in Charlotte, fuck, sometimes they didn't see me for a week or two anyway. I was on a fucking road. And then I've mentioned the guy next to me worked at US Air, and he would leave for work at 5 o'clock in the morning while I had got in from the show and was cooking cheeseburgers and ready to go to bed. So we never really had any interaction. So I could have stayed in the house and just sold it for a fucking month and nobody would have really missed me.
What if there was social media?
Who the fuck besides my significant other that I was living with at the time and my doctor and my mother and anybody in the business, who the fuck would need to know that I wasn't hurt?
That's the thing too. Seth Rollins is like, I hate these crutches. Why did you have to go so many places that required crutches? Just stay home for a month.
Yeah. Or if not, use crutches. I don't know what anyway, the point is, I don't see why it would be necessary to let everyone know he's tweaked his knee. We're hoping 4 to 6 weeks. It'll be fine. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. And nevertheless, also, I'll say again, if Ed Koskey had walked into a locker room in the 1980s, the guys would have been flushing their fanny packs. What a narc-looking, plain fucking white guy. I can't imagine him trying to tell any wrestler to do anything. Jelly Roll, international superstar and yacht broker from Toulon, France, is a scared, nervous person. He was scared of being rejected. He wanted to lose, but because he didn't want, to get the heat from the fans. But Triple H wasn't quite sure yet. The day of the show, bullshit. But again, Jelly Roll, he's a big music star. I can understand him being nervous about the wrestling part, but everybody's goddamn nervous. Everybody's scared to fucking death. Everybody's insecure. Everybody has flaws and problems in real life. I don't want you people to be fucking human. The fuck is the matter with you? I want to think the rock star takes all the drugs and fucks all the pussy. So they got to SummerSlam and Jelly Roll got splashed through the desk, Brian. And it was a heck of a bump, and they replayed it from every direction, but it'd be even better if they hadn't have told us it was going to happen and hadn't showed us Jelly Roll laying on the table that afternoon to get the feel of it. And, the Punk then beat good. Oh, the part where they had Paul on the bus going over the finish with Seth. Like it's some kind of goddamn eavesdropping they're doing without the participants being aware of it. They're mic'd. So you get a camera shot of the outside of the bus, but you hear Paul going over the finish with Seth to reveal the fake injury. And the audio is clearer than, well, I was going to say clearer than our audio, but you'd goddamn get violent over that comment. Clearer than TNA's audio on AMC. How's that? Are you still awake?
I'm still awake. Jelly Roll, like you said, he seems like a very nice guy. He seems so grateful to be there. Notwithstanding every bit of his music I hear, I hate with a passion. And I don't want to hear, again, another thing, now country is like emo. I don't want to hear about anyone's emotions anymore. Enough about everyone else's emotions in song or in promos. But he's like the epitome of what WWE hopes a celebrity would be.
Is that what the emo kids, if it's from emotion?
Yeah. Yeah.
I was today years old when I found that out. 'Cause I thought they were all imitating Emo Phillips.
Do you remember there was that guy, Dashboard Confession? You may not know. It was just this one guy on guitar singing the wimpiest emo songs, and they would just be like all these like sappy looking kids sitting around him, singing all the words with him. It's like, oh man, am I not a part of this scene? And oh man, do I not like anyone in this scene? But that's the way country is now. And, or whatever this guy does. They played some of his music, but seems like a very nice guy. And again, if WWE is going to use celebrities, that's the best case scenario. Guys like him or Bad Bunny, they're so grateful and appreciative to be there and get a chance to do something they grew up watching, much like the wrestlers, that they'll go the extra mile and put in all this effort. And then you see Travis Scott, who they're not even mentioning anymore, who was a big part of, season 1 of this show. And now he's gone.
And he's gone.
Yeah. But, all things considered, Jelly Roll, I mean, you can't ask too much more from a celebrity. If you're going to book him like that, I'm not saying you should. You know, he did as well as you could, I think.
Yeah, well, no, he's a wonderful fellow. All these people are such nice people. So then the main event that night was Punk beating Gunther and winning the belt, and then Seth doing the entrance and dropping the crutches, and surprise, surprise, surprise. And he cashed in and won the belt, and everybody kissed and congratulated each other, but we still had night 2. And we still have a couple of these stories to wrap up. And why is Cody Rhodes taking yoga in a room in Georgia with a bunch of soccer moms?
It's probably Brandy's place. Because men have jobs. Men don't usually in the middle of the day aren't going to take a yoga class when all the women.
Well, no, but certainly I'm not saying, because I don't mean that he's at work at an office during the day and his schedule just wouldn't permit. I'm like, why would a goddamn pro wrestler? Certainly this was done specifically for the television show. I can't think of a time in my life that I would have wanted to go into a room of 20 strange civilian women and engage in any kind of goddamn training or activity that would
stretching and bending.
Talk to these people.
By the way, you can invite me anytime you want, ladies and gentlemen, to the room with 20 strange women who want to bend and stretch all over the place. I'll go.
Well,
Jim will stay home.
You have to bend and stretch in your own little cubicle there. You're not allowed to play Twister, or elsewise there may be something to it.
It's not a cubicle. There's no walls.
Well, there's some invisible walls I was seeing that I bet you if you just went for a two-handed press on top of the other lady next to you, that wouldn't get over.
It's a great place to meet women when you're single.
He's not even single. He just have to talk to all these fucking people. Anyway, I think Michael Hayes at this point is the one who admitted that the heel Cena just wasn't working out. They were like, well, the Mania match with Cody and Cena they weren't happy with it. The guys, we want to give them the big one this time. Michael Hayes was the closest one to admit it, wouldn't you say?
Well, then they tried to justify and explain the last-minute SmackDown babyface turn in a promo right before the street fight. And then Cody even had to say, we just figured we'll have a street fight like two respectable opponents who acknowledge that it's a... What the fuck? It's a street fight. Like, you don't just have a street fight in wrestling between two people who don't have an issue. So,
well, yeah. Remember they said, we found out Cody's going to go shoot a movie, so we'll just have John act nice again. And they'll drink a beer.
What?
Well, they got to smooth it over some kind of way. But nevertheless, before we get to that, we got to finish up the little storyline with old Becky and Lyric. And they had the gimmick match.
This was the best part of the whole storyline. This part right here, watching this in real time, was great.
And as Lyric said, anything that could go wrong did. And I didn't even see the one spot when Lyric's out there throwing Becky into the railing and the barricade out on the floor. She spun her around and threw her into the photographer. But he just smiled and turned and walked away. I was like, what the fuck? Because these are just random people they do this as a job. They don't know what the fuck about the wrestling business. Number one, as an ex-photographer, he shouldn't have been where he was. Because even though it looked like Lyric was going to roll Becky into the ring and she was going to spin around and throw her into the rail, he walked in between the wrestlers on the floor and the hard camera. And he was only like 3 feet away. He didn't need to get out of the way that bad. He could have gone the other way. Secondly, when this stupid son of a bitch got run into, he should have taken a bump. When I was a photographer, if the boys had thrown somebody into me like that and I didn't go down and stay down, they would have figured out a way to fucking come back and put me down. I was offended by that spot.
Well,
as a person who's been in multiple positions in that goddamn equation.
And they showed everyone in the back laughing about the fact that she apologized. Like, as this is happening, and she's in this bed, she's turned around.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. She put her hands up, too, so everyone in the crowd could see that she apologized.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, I'm so sorry. She should have fucking flippered the guy to put him down. Anyway, then the zip ties fucked up. And we remember that where it was Lyric's idea, where her hands would be zip tied. But then they came loose when they weren't supposed to. And she thought, well, maybe the camera missed it and put them back on. And then we didn't know she couldn't get them back off again. Once she put them back on, she couldn't get them off again when they needed to be off. And then there was old TJ Wilson with the Hart family kid who was the producer, was on the headset saying, I'm not sure what's happening. And remember, we said, my God, this thing wouldn't end. It went forever. They went 10 minutes over. So Becky's summation of it was, well, it wasn't the worst match of all time. Well, no, but for the platform. And Becky wouldn't yell at her, and Cena tried to pep her up, but she just sat there and just started crying on camera, telling them all the things that went wrong and how much it meant to her. And how, well, we only get one take. Then don't come up with all this shit that don't work.
Yeah, it was crazy watching her meltdown backstage, just as her eyes continued to like swell and get red and cry. Just, man, this series just reaffirmed my thoughts that she's not a star. I hate to say it, but they pushed her really hard.
We're not being pricks. We're not saying fuck you, leave.
No,
It's like some people just shouldn't be in show business.
I wasn't saying that, but some people are in the mid card and that's their role and it works for them. But the idea that she's going to be one of the big stars of the future or that they see big things from her, I haven't heard it in the promos. I haven't seen it in the ring. I don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
But I'm just saying that, we've talked before about, China or people that meet untimely or of any gender, meet untimely or tragic ends. Sometimes people just might not need to be in show business. But everybody's, again, on the verge of a nervous breakdown in this company and apparently in this profession. And then they finished up the Cena and Cody thing. And honestly, I was over the whole series by this point. They had their match. They hugged in the ring. The fans cheered Cena, and then Brock came out and killed Cena.
What did you think of them clearing Gorilla before Brock was there?
Well, again, I don't know whether some of this is done for the television program or whether they would have to do this anyway. But you mean to tell me that they, in their inner circle at the Gorilla position, where we used to even discourage the boys on the card from sitting there because they were taking up fucking space. And we didn't have a lot of space and people didn't need to, if your job wasn't to be there, don't be there. But now they can't trust these guys not to immediately get on their phone and tweet. Because if you have to clear the Gorilla position to keep a secret of Brock is about to go out, the only way that they'd be able to tell somebody is if they actively pulled out their phone and texted somebody right then, Brock's here. He's going out in 60 seconds. They can't even trust their own inner circle people not to do that. I mean, I've been a part of a number of surprise debuts or re-debuts or appearances or whatever, where we told a story, a hidden center stage for WCW, me and the Bodies hid in the fucking maintenance closet. Or for Ring of Honor, I was at that hotel next door to the Manhattan Center in a room until 5 minutes before I went out. Or in the WWF, whatever the case. But at some point, you have to be seen by somebody in the back. And I can't believe we can't keep those secrets anymore.
Well, that was the end of Unreal episode 5. They promised another season, I believe, this summer.
This summer. So we get another season in fucking 5 or 6 months. Oh, bless them. Oh, joy, oh, bliss. But it's going to be about Cena's remaining time with the company from SummerSlam through his retirement. So we've got that to look forward to.
I think this show is counterproductive because I don't think it's attracting new people. It's not really one of the top things on Netflix. It's just for WWE fans. And all it does is expose bad things, in my eyes. This doesn't help anyone. Doesn't help the mystique around superstars. If you're going to have them all go out there and talk about their emotions, stop calling them superstars.
If they do 6 seasons or whatever of Unreal where they just all spill their guts and tell their darkest secrets and all have mental meltdowns and nervous breakdowns, and then they sign MJF and he comes in and talks about all his money and how his dick is 10 inches long and he fucks porn stars and he's better than you and you know it, and that's really him. It's the ultimate plan to get one motherfucker over as a fucking heel.
Well, maybe a long time before MJF could appear on this show.
I said 6 seasons. I'm not trying to rush him with them either. You know, these things go, a little bit goes a long way.
Well, this highlighted a period of time where WWE was doing record box office business all across the world. Sales, 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 ticket sales, merch sales, all sorts of other sales.
Selling like they're going to the electric chair. You know what? Maybe some people need to get in a different line of selling stuff. They don't have the temperament or the capacity to not have a nervous breakdown going out in front of a large crowd and doing some hard stuff. So stay at home and just take people's money with our friends at Shopify. Because, folks, you don't have to travel around the world. You don't need to jump off ladders and through tables. You don't need to have your hands zip tied because, you know, they don't work with you, those zip ties. All you got to do is sit on your big keister at home, come up with a great idea, a wonderful product, or an incredible service, and then let Shopify take it and run with it. They're going to build you your dream store. They're going to set up your website. They're going to market your products. They're going to help you with your email and social media campaigns. And then when inevitably you get to be rich and famous, all they're going to do is take your soul. That's right. Just like The Rock. What
they're going to do.
Like The Rock, they want your soul.
Just like The Rock, they will talk a big game when it comes to the soul and then disappear and leave you alone, but help you with your sales and your business. Of course, we trust them with our online business, and you could trust your business with them. Their business. You trust them, they trust you. There's trust in the air. And there's a cha-ching sound that comes up right about now that indicates all the money you're going to make. And folks, once again, you can be your own final boss. You don't have to wait for The Rock to show up and fuck up your creative. You can be the final boss with your store, with your company, with your dream, with your business or business. All about you. It's all about you. And how Shopify can help you make more money from them. And you know who them is? That's all the suckers and the rubes that you're going to be pawning this off-brand shit off on. The everyday Americans who will be supporting your business, so you should treat them with respect, Mr. and Mrs. America.
And then once you got respect, then you stick one of your hands in their back pocket and you just take their wallet.
That is not what you do. You don't take anyone's wallet. So let's stop making suggestions like like that. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to take the bell off that kid's bicycle. In 2026, folks, stop waiting and start selling right now with Shopify. And you can sign up for your $1 a month trial period and start selling today by going to shopify.com/JCE. Shopify.com/JCE. That's going to get you, that's going to get you hurt if you don't stop. And that's going to get you the $1 a month trial period where they can show you all the wonderful things they can do to you. And then they get the hook in you and you're off to the races. And just remember, folks, if you think you can do it all by yourself, well, do you want to spend the rest of your life doing it all by yourself, or do you want to have somebody come in and pay them a little bit to do it for you? See, that's the decision you got to make. Shopify.com/JCE. All righty. Well, Brian, now I guess we got to talk about Cousin Tony's empire over there. The WWE stuff looks halfway okay, and they go to great details to tell us it's fucking phony. And then in AEW, they don't bother to tell us because we can just look at the shit and see that it's as phony as a football bat. So which is better in your opinion?
Which is better for what exactly?
Which is better phoniness? Is it better to try to pull some shit off and you halfway get away with it, and then you spend a lot of time telling people you've just fucking bullshitted them? Or is it just better to just go ahead and look as phony as fucking possible when you do it so that nobody gets confused?
I don't know how to answer this question. I don't know.
It's kind of like the guy that just walked into the ring and didn't do anything. You don't really know how to react to stuff like that. So Tom, before we talk about the television show this week, now the story has come out with all of this Netflix thing going, and Netflix is going to buy WBD, except Paramount still say, oh, no, you're not. But, you know, I guess it depends on who comes through with the biggest favor or the biggest bribe for the current administration to ignore all the monopolistic tendencies of all this shit. But if Netflix ends up with Warner Brothers Discovery or part of it, they're only wanting to buy part of it. Then the story came out, what was it, the Hollywood Reporter? It's not like, you know, Joe Goofball's wrestling news. It's the Hollywood Reporter. One would think that they know about these things. That not only, the question was answered, first of all, that WBD owns apparently 9% of AEW. Sometimes it's categorized as less than 10%, but I saw somebody say 9. And I guess, Brian, you know better than I do. If it's under 10%, that means they don't even have to really admit to
report
it, right?
That's right. They don't have to report it. And remember, you know, we've said this before. We've talked on the air about the fact that we've been hearing rumors about this going back to the beginning of AEW. We were hearing it from people outside of wrestling originally, people in the entertainment industry, executives. And then you started hearing it from wrestling reporters. And I think even Dave Meltzer has said in the past, he never got a straight answer, but he thought they must. Brandon Thurston, who reports on the business, same thing. He thought it. So lots of independent sources felt it. Tony is battling in that Moxley lawsuit to not reveal who owns AEW. You know, this is still something they're trying to keep silent. It's not as simple as it's me and my dad, or me and my dad's trust, or whatever it is.
Me and my shadow.
There's something they've been trying to suppress with it. And apparently this is the story, and it fits into the whole thing here because WBD is being sold. And different parts are doing different things. And it also, I mean, I'll just say it here. We could talk about it separately, but it's interesting that to get AEW off the ground, clearly Tony had to give the network a piece of the company to get on the network. And that's a lot different than, I had a friend who worked there and we met up in a meeting and I said, hey, did you know wrestling used to be there? And boom, I had a show.
Well, but also it's not surprising, and it's not that it's on a much larger scale, but not that much different than in the old days, in the territory days when, okay, Vince Sr. wanted to get on TV in Baltimore and he couldn't find a station, but maybe say, okay, I'm going to give you, 5% of the gross of the Civic Center show.
Yeah, he did
or
that.
I'm going to.
That's right.
I'm not saying that's a specific number in that market. I'm saying that's a for instance, but that was done in different markets. So don't anybody write the history of Baltimore and just say that. But, or in some cases, you would say, okay, I'm going to guarantee you that I'm going to spend X amount of dollars per show in the market on advertising over and above the TV show. There was different ways to do it. But in effect, you got a better level of security when you had the TV station as somewhat of a partner with you in something, whether it be the live events or whatever, or, going together on sponsorships where the furniture store that bought time from the station would also get an appearance from the wrestler, whatever. That was security that your show would stay on the air. So this is a souped up version of that. But Brian, you're better at the business math type of thing than I am. But basically, does that mean they're getting like a 9% discount? They own 9% of the thing, so they pay X million dollars for the rights fees, but they get 9% of it back eventually, some kind of way. Or I get that's 9. Is it 9% of the profits
of the pay-per-view?
9% of the gross. 9% of what is 9%?
Again, I don't know exactly how their dividend works, or what exactly they're getting back. I have not gone through all their things to see if there's anything that has been reported.
Do you think that this is maybe one of the reasons why that they may still be in good graces? Or if not in good graces, why they're still trying to push this fucking show when its viewership has dropped in half in 5 years? They're like, well, shit, we got a stake in this fucking thing.
We always said, whether it was the first deal or the second deal or the current deal, it's cheap programming for them. And it becomes cheaper if they actually own a piece of it. It's like Ted Turner having Captain Planet on TV. He owned it.
Shit, don't remind Tony. He'll bring in a luchador.
Well, he's already done that, but we could discuss that further in a moment. But, again, the idea that they own a piece of it, and also looking at the specific things we've just talked about, the Trey Miguel thing, the Jay Briscoe thing, is it that their partner strongly feels this way? Is this someone contacting them like Russo style? Like, hey, you should know this. And then they do so. Seriously, that's like one of those things you have to wonder. Is it just some crazed fan on Blue Sky saying, I'm going to contact them and let them know until they do something? You don't know. But there's some force that was phrased as being above Tony who can make decisions about who comes and who doesn't. So that's a 9%. If that's 9 or less than 10% ownership stake, what other decisions are they making? Or are they blocking?
This could be the greatest higher power angle in all the history of wrestling. Who is it? Come to find out, it's Aaron Nebish, a fucking 50-year-old fucking network executive from Cleveland. Anyhow, the point is, if Netflix buys Warner Brothers Discovery, they're only going to buy a part of it. They're going to split the rest of the company off into Discovery Global. So that means the TV networks are going in one direction, the streaming's going in the other direction. They pretty much come out and said that AEW will not be on Netflix for obvious reasons. So if they're starting a streaming service from scratch that they will be on in the next few years, then that may be a long road to hoe. But nobody right now knows past the Warner Brothers Discovery and Netflix and all these people. If they get together and they make a deal of some description for some of this shit, they're going to fulfill contracts that already exist as best they can, because it opens themselves up to multiple lawsuits during a stressful transition anyway, if they don't. But the thing is, this is not just the first element on any of their minds in this is not, now, what are we going to do about these wrestling shows? Would you agree, Brian, that of all the people in this merger on both sides, uppermost in their mind is not the priority of what to do with the wrestling shows?
I'd say that's fair, yeah.
So
not a top priority,
means... No. Exactly. They're talking about this whole goddamn multi-tens of billions of dollar deal. So at some point, the deal that Tony has right now is going to have to change because there's going to be different streaming and TV network and fucking this and that and whatever. And they're going to have to figure out a way to put all this shit, if they want to keep it. They're going to have to figure out a way to integrate all this shit, if they can, into the new environment, or, oh, shucks, we can't. And I think Tony needs to be looking out for that. And, also is he strong enough that he's going to get any deal approaching this from any other platform that has had this reach? AMC's interested in wrestling now. What if in 2 years they say, oh, fuck TNA? They're a bunch of fucking morons. Let's go with this company. Well, are they going to do more than 300,000 views on AMC, if that much? You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think they would. I don't think it would be a big drop from TBS to AMC. It would be somewhat of a drop, but TNA did garbage numbers for their debut, and I can only imagine what it's going to be going forward. AEW would have beat that, and AEW is a better show than TNA.
Well, yes.
But, I guess my thoughts are going to that percentage, less than 10%. Is there an option for Tony and Shad Khan to buy out their partners? Not even talking about how that would affect the television deal or anything, but if they wanted to move on, do they have the option to buy out Warner Brothers Discovery? And secondly, we're talking about a lot of things going forward. Let's look to the past. What happens to the catalog? Tony Khan and AEW own everything going back to 2019. Tony, after the fact, went and bought Ring of Honor. He got All Out or All In or whatever was first.
Yeah.
He does have enough stuff for a streaming platform. And if we are to believe that AEW is getting 140,000 pay-per-view buys a pay-per-view on average, even with the television numbers and everything else going down, even if they regulate, they've gone down from where they were, the pay-per-view numbers have been steady. So he has if we were going to believe that's true.
The reported pay-per-view numbers.
So if we believe that's true, that's a pretty large audience that's willing to pay for AEW content. And he has Ring of Honor content. Does he have the AEW catalog? How does that work? Because if they were a 10% partner, less than 10%, 9%, going back to the beginning on TV in 2019, I mean, again, how does that work?
Well, I can believe that you asked, is there a way that the Khans could buy out their partners? I definitely believe that if on the television network side, they've got an out clause. I don't see any way that not just a wrestling show, but anything else, that the network wouldn't be able to get out of something. The question is whether the Khans had the leverage to have an out clause as well, like we can buy you out or whatever, or are they going to have to pay them 9% of any, monetary gain on this shit till the end of time? Who the fuck knows? But it's going to be awful daggum complicated with the entity that is now Warner Brothers Discovery, of the streaming end, the networks, and the all the things you mentioned, to be able to keep this thing together coherently in the next couple of years with new owners who may be wanting to cut expenses and cut costs because they've overextended themselves, and at the same time figure out how to, Tony, how to deliver all his shows. So Jesus Christ. I don't know. I think they don't need to be underperforming here in the next 12 to 18 months, do they?
They've never needed to underperform. Sometimes they just can't help themselves. Again, I always go back to the same thing. I want to root for AEW. I want to root for an alternative to the WWE system, the WWE way of doing things, the WWE content. But they got to help too. You got to You got to give me some good shows. You got to give me some good angles. You got to give me some good promos. You got to stop booking the same things over and over again. And for everyone who says that, oh, you don't complain about WWE, WWE's doing it too. I'm sick of 4-ways. I'm sick of 3-ways. I'm sick of number one contender, challenger match, or not challenger, eliminator match. Just all this shit that's superfluous. Just give me a good American wrestling show. And AEW, like, it could be that if, you know, Tony's mind was swapped out, like Shibata style or something. But it's just, it's Tony's personal wrestling fantasy world. And sometimes it'll be something you like, and most of the time it'll be disappointing because he could fight back against WWE so much right now, and he's not capable of doing it. AEW as a company with the right leadership could do something, but Tony's not the guy to fight back against anything happening and make it better and grow AEW by doing that. Again, if they've got 140,000 people paying $60 or $50, whatever it is, for a pay-per-view, on average one every, 6 weeks? You mean to tell me they wouldn't pay $15 a month for an AEW streaming service if those numbers are real? Or 20 and you get the pay-per-views? So, I mean, I think maybe that's the way we need to start thinking about things, is what's AEW's life after Warner Brothers Discovery?
But the thing, if they don't have, look at the way he spends money, look at the size of his roster, and that almost nobody ever works, but everybody gets paid. Look at they've cut down on the size of the buildings, but still the production and etc. If he's not getting $100-something million from some sucker network, then yeah, I'm sure he can get all those people to pay $15 a month, and that might pay for catering. And I'm looking at talent, at legitimate talent. There is none to come. Who is going to go there, to come to AEW to make, again, the game changer they always talk about, that never changed the game? They're still playing the same game, but in the past they've brought Punk in and then did some business, but they brought other Osprey. They eventually make all of them one of the boys, or they get hurt and go away. But who's going to debut at this point? And Tony still thinks that I got news for you. Anybody that would put Mike Speedball Bailey on a fucking wrestling program needs to be lined up against a wall and given a blindfold and a last cigarette. If you want to grow your audience, it's just so embarrassing. The talent that in quotation marks, that he puts on the air, that is indie level darlings with the goofy gimmicks or the minute size or whatever, but there is no difference making, money drawing, game changing, ratings changing talent out there to be had that is not under contract to the other company. And do you think at this point, when you can't even say with certainty that the television platform that they're on is going to exist in 2 years, that any top WWE guys that could make a difference are going to go there even for the money? That's the big, now you're fucking around with shit. Am I jumping on a boat with a hole in it? So we're stuck looking at the same fucking people that Tony has been booking for the last 2 years, for the next 2 years.
Well, Jim, on the topic of AEW booking, it was an interesting thing a bunch of listeners started sending us. I was going to say before the drive-thru, but it fits here. Alvarez and Meltzer were kind of going at it again a little bit on Twitter, this time in writing, not necessarily audio, but apparently there's some audio. It comes down to the discussion around the Tony Khan booking philosophy. Although it's done in other places, Tony truly believes that he could bring in anyone. For example, let's use a name like Mark Briscoe and beat them endlessly on TV. Even though fans are kind of into them, just beat them. And if they're competitive and the match goes a while and it's a good, high-quality work rate match, the fans won't mind that the person lost. It won't affect them when they get a push. Before we go to anything else, problems with this theory.
Well, it won't affect their push because Tony's the one that's going to give a push. It just affects whether the push works because it ain't. It ain't going to. Once you've established somebody as a fucking loser, then you've established somebody as a fucking loser. And yes, you can. The 1, 2, 3 kid deal comes to mind, and everybody says, "Oh, what about?" Everybody forgets he'd only been there like a couple of weeks, just long enough to show up and people recognize him. They stared at him for a second, and then beat fucking Razor Ramon. It wasn't like he'd been doing jobs there for the past 3 years. The fans take to, especially the regular fan, and not just these fucking people that know who Mitsu Arakawa wrestled in fucking GLEAT last week. When you put somebody in the ring with another person that's established in that promotion, how they interact with that person indicates how the new guy is to be taken. If he's put in the ring with a main event guy and they have a competitive match, whether he wins or loses, he's considered a main event guy. But if he then does that another 5 times and loses every one, then no, then he's just a guy that's here to get beat. If he wrestles a job guy and he's competitive with the job guy for 10 minutes, even if he wins, okay, then he's the toughest job guy. There's levels to this. That's why I've said before that the Midnight Express in TV matches even had different comebacks for different level of competition on television. The straight job guys would get 2 or 3 punches. They wouldn't take a bump for it, and they'd reverse a fucking shoot off and cut them off. Or the young, fiery, babyface job guys that had a little bit to them could actually give them a backdrop before they'd cut them off. And the regular fucking full-time roster guys would get a comeback. And the Rock and Roll Express would get a double comeback. You can't just have guys cold that nobody knows or that has not been seen in that atmosphere go out there, have 15-minute long competitive matches, but lose every one of them for months. And what you've got is a job guy. It's just.
Well, let's hear a little bit, and then I'll read you what was said, or what was typed, I should say. But here's Meltzer and Alvarez on Wrestling Observer Radio discussing, and this may not be the best example to make you happy, but discussing how Swerve and Samoa Joe beat the members of Jet Speed, Speedball Mike Bailey, and the talented Kevin Knight on Dynamite this past week. Let's hear a little bit of this. Let me know what you think.
Nobody ever goes anywhere. These guys just won the trios titles, and 5 days later, they're both in singles matches, just doing the job.
He wants to book competitive matches. So when you're booking Swerve and those guys, he wanted them to beat guys that were good. So those are the guys that were
the guys that just won the trios titles.
That's probably why they were chosen, because they just won the trios titles. They were both. They all had just won a big match. That's kind of how.
Let me stop it for a moment here. Again, to the argument that Dave endlessly defends Tony's booking, maybe because he's participating in the ideas. Who knows?
Yes, the brainstorming,
the workshopping. But let's go back to this.
Everyone books now.
I know, and I don't like it because nobody goes anywhere. They're just right back where they were when it's all said and done.
That's where that's their level. They're not gonna. I mean, the idea is that you look good against the top guys and you end up like Kyle Fletcher. That's the goal.
Okay, so aside.
All right, let's stop it there because we brought up Mark Briscoe before, but there's another great example. Kyle Fletcher, who everyone universally agrees has the look, has talent, could go somewhere, has done a shit ton of jobs on AEW TV.
Yes, and who exactly is he mad at right now, off top of your head?
Kyle Fletcher?
Who's his number one enemy in the world?
The person who's holding the sign? No, I guess he's a little peeved maybe at Callis. That was never followed up on, was it? He lost the Continental Classic because the screwdriver wasn't there. Have we seen him again?
The point is, all they do is send him out there to have good matches. He has no long-running babyface nemesis. He has no program. He has no goddamn rivalry. And then he's been getting the shit kicked out of him in these fucking matches, including by that washed-up Japanese fucking sarcophagus.
Let's go back to Dave and Brian discussing the AEW booking philosophy.
Or Kyle Fletcher.
And Mark Briscoe. And Jungle Boy.
One of them is significantly higher than they were when they came in. But I don't think Jungle Boy is any higher than he's been on the card in the last 5 years. I mean, Mark Briscoe a little bit.
Mark Briscoe's definitely higher.
He's a little higher.
Yeah, Kevin Knight is certainly higher.
Kevin Knight's a little higher.
Bandito's way higher.
I can tell you who's higher, Dave. I can tell you who's as high as a kite right now.
I'm high, too high to cope. I'm high on wrestling, ain't had no dope.
There's a lot of guys that, it's a slow process. But yeah, like, what do you expect Mike Bailey to beat Samoa Joe, and Samoa Joe's getting ready to challenge for the title? No.
No, but if I'm booking Mike Bailey to win a title, I'm not.
I'll stop for you.
I expect if you goddamn book that match to have Samoa Joe kick the shit out of that fucking little whitewashed midget in 5 minutes and beat him. It's what I expect. Which we'll get into when we talk about the show. That's why I'm not going to belabor it here. But the point is, if Dave is saying, are these people better off? Are they higher on the card than they were a year ago? Maybe, because that's where Tony writes their name. But as far as are they actually legitimately stars that make a difference, the answer in most cases is no.
Putting
it in a match where he's going to immediately lose.
In a tag team title, so he's got a little bit more credibility, so he can lose. Yeah, why not? What I mean, I thought that this was really good because it put them in big matches. They didn't win them, but they've got titles. I mean, that's one of the things that when you got tag team champions,
everyone there has titles. That can't even be an argument.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing if there's 6 titles in the company, that's one thing. But if there's 25 titles in the company, that doesn't help.
And also, if a guy's part of the 6-man tag team champions, why is he having a singles match on tickets? Tony wants to see it.
Very often you put him in matches against big
I know, and
stars.
Vince used to do this all the time, and all we did was complain about it.
No.
Why is this guy beating the tag team champions? Yes, it was 1-on-2.
No. With Vince, what it would be the idea that the tag team champions would lose to 2 single stars and bit squashed very often to show that the tag team champions meant nothing.
Oh, let me stop it there. I remember Triple H beating the tag team champions single-handedly, so Vince McMahon may not be the best example to use, but this happened, and then it continued apparently on Twitter, because I have a few things here, but I'll get to the big one. Someone else brought it up, and Alvarez was going back and forth with him, and he wrote, "Fact is, with only a few exceptions, everyone remains in the exact same place on the card they've been for years." Whether you like the talent there or not, Jim, do you agree with that statement? That there's very little mobility, everyone's kind of exactly where they were when they first came in?
Well, yes, as I said, sometimes there'll be a variance of Tony moves the names in different places, but there's no clear breakout star that was just a schlub a year ago or whatever period ago, and now is just setting the world on fire with drawing ratings or box office or fucking whatever. That's what all the game changers that come in have a shelf life where they're hot for a limited period of time before Tony makes them just one of the boys. And then an Osprey's going to be refreshed because he had to go have surgery. So he's off for months and months. The only time somebody really gets a second lease on life, MJF, he was gone long enough, they missed him. But then everybody that comes back settles into the same pattern of, well, there ain't really that many interesting people for me to interact with, and Tony's booking sucks, and here we are. So that's the deal.
And two of the things that traditionally could be used to change the way someone is seen or elevate them, a title win, or putting them with a heel manager, don't mean anything. Because they have a heel manager, one guy has a stable of 20 people, the other guy manages the tag team champions and is a comedy figure, so they have no heel managers that are seen as something that could elevate someone, and they have too many titles. They keep creating more titles. The titles don't mean anything.
By the way, how long you think it's going to be before Stokely gets out of the wheelchair and all the announcers have to have a hernia going, oh my God, he can walk. It was a work all along.
Well, again, Brian Alvarez said everyone remains in the exact same place on the card they've been for years, and Dave Meltzer replied, yep, which is one of his favorite condescending answers. Yep. Everyone except Bandito, Ricochet, Gates of Agony, Brody King, Hechicero, Klon, Fletcher, Takeshita, Knight, Bailey, O'Reilly, Swerve, Briscoe, Willow, Windsor, Cameron, Storm, and Shafir.
Jesus Christ.
So Dave thinks all of those people are better off today than before they hit Tony's booking. That somehow all of them have been elevated far beyond where they've been constantly, consistently, almost the entire time. You could maybe argue that about Tony Storm, although I would argue they've taken 10 steps back because the fans are not popping the same way, and now she's just in a tag team and getting her ass kicked every time you see her.
Yeah.
But do you think that this booking philosophy has helped the likes of Klon? By the way, I got a problem with that. Ken Heron just died. Longtime wrestling fan Klon in the newsletters, Klon. This is Clon.
Well, I thought it was clone.
That'd have an E, wouldn't it?
Well, who knows with these people? Gravity fucking fell through, so now he has clones. See what I did there? But again, I say that yes, Tony can write their names down in a higher up position on the card, and it matters. It has a negligible to zero impact on who watched the show that night or who bought a ticket to the thing or who bought the pay-per-view or whatever. So they could be higher on the card, but is anybody more over or better off or has changed the trajectory of AEW's business? No. It's just a bunch of people doing the same shit that either they or other people in their spot have been doing over and over for years now. Indie wrestling. And it's what he knows and it's what he likes. And that's all it's ever going to fucking be, unfortunately. Regardless of who they come in or who they bring in. Because then they're going to have to fucking work in a goddamn bowl full of pudding the same as everybody else does.
Well, I guess that was a good precursor to the AEW Dynamite review, a look at the ownership and the booking of AEW.
What is a look at the Arcadian Vanguard Network programming for this week while everybody's snowed in across country?
A fine week of programming, and of course we want to say that we hope everyone stays safe out there. It looks like it's going to be a scary week for a lot of people, a lot of snow on the ground, a lot of ice and sleet, and of course, a lot of hot wrestling talk on the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, on Twitter at Superpodcast, or on Facebook, facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard. Of course, the wrestling news each and every day. Get your wrestling news for free. Get the morning wrestling newscast from thewrestlingnews.com or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Of course, Stick to Wrestling with John McAdam a look at everything that was happening 40 years ago in 1986. McAdamPod.com or Stick to Wrestling with John McAdam, wherever you find your favorite podcast. And of course, the 605 Super Podcast, The Mothership! That's a new one, or maybe a slightly new one. But go through the archive, 605pod.com, available wherever you find your favorite podcast. Thank you. I've actually received a bunch of emails from people who, I guess, over the break started going through the archive and realized what's up. The 605 Super Podcast, The Mothership! Okay, enough of that, Fartso.
Good heavens. What's up?
What's up?
Okay, Truth. Brian, the truth last. We're going to talk about AEW this was January 21st, that Golden Wednesday night. And I am not going to, again, I said it just depends on what kind of fakery that you're looking for these days. I'm not going to review this program like a serious attempt at a wrestling show. I'm just going to tell you a few of the things that amused me as far as how bad some things can go sideways. Would you like to join me in that effort?
It sounds like fun. Let's go on this wonderful journey together.
Tony Schiavone opens up in the ring right away. They introduce MJF, and out he comes. They're going for okay, let's hook him with MJF's linguistic abilities is the word I'm trying to get out there. And again, there is Tony. I think he's 2 years older than me. So here, there is a 65-year-old man, 66, in a lime green suit with green and white tennis shoes. And his hair has been so many different shades of color since he started this program that I think he's going backwards now. He's going back into the fucking Charlotte baseball days back in the 80s. But they did what I always want them to do, which is have the announcer take control of the interview and hold the microphone for the star. And then, did you notice Tony needed both hands to hold the microphone up for MJF?
I did notice that, yes. Like a New York comedian.
This job.
Like a New York comedian.
Yeah. I have done this job many times, and I will admit it does get a little fucking challenging every once in a while when you're doing a 5-minute interview to hold the microphone in the right place. For one thing, Tony's on the wrong side. If you're going to hold a microphone in your right hand, stand on the right of the fucking guy and stand sideways to make yourself small and reach right across and stick it in front of his mouth. And that way you're not in front of him. If you're on the other side, of course you can't hold your fucking arm out like that, but it looks stupid and unnatural anyway. And it's easier to follow the guy if you're on the right-hand side. But nevertheless, I think it's because Tony is so old, he's starting to look like James Lipton with the multicolored and aged hair and the whole 9 yards. So MJF cut a regular wrestling promo. Imagine that. And very well, refreshing it was. He put himself over and knocked everybody else. But that's not a surprise. That's why we want to see MJF, see him talk. And he wasn't trying too hard. Like, remember when he got into that rut a while back of just trying to make the people hate him, even though he was the most interesting thing on the show, and he would just scream at them and just go way over the top. He's not doing that anymore. He's just being his wise ass self. I don't know. Am I being too complimentary here?
Every time you're complimentary at MJF, people think you're being too complimentary. But no, I thought he was just doing, the kind of classic MJF stuff here.
Well, and that's better for him. But then here comes Brody King. And Brody King comes out in a windbreaker and jeans, and he looks like, the fat guy at the fucking, heavy metal concert on the outskirts of town. I don't know how to describe it any other way. And Tony gets out of the ring now. He gives MJF the microphone and he gets out like he's been in a car wreck. I don't know. Maybe he's got a body cast on underneath the suit. Brody King's promo wasn't bad by these standards, but it's still kind of a rehearsed, overly dramatic indie style promo. And he puts a growl in it. It's not, it still doesn't flow, but he challenged MJF for a match. And MJF, oh, let me think about it. No. And he cut the promo on Brody King, says you need to beat some top guys. Imagine that, what we were saying. You need to beat some people to wrestle the main event guys and etc. And when we were talking about booking, it's an amazing revelation to some of these people on the end. They used to book the indie shows depending on which guy was going to sell the most tickets to his friends and family. But anyway, and then Brody bowed up on him and MJF got scared and bailed out. And it's not going to mean anything, but MJF needs to start beating people. Especially, as I said, because he was minimized so much in that four-way abortion where he won the title that it wasn't like he really won anything. So he needs to beat some people going forward. So Brody King's a good place to start, I guess. I don't know. What do you think?
I did not like Brody King's promo at all. And I would think that he's the kind of guy that could use a manager building up this big giant guy. But he's a babyface, so obviously that wouldn't work. And the heel managers there are awful, so that wouldn't work either. It's a different match for MJF. And I am kind of interested in seeing it. And I'm sure it'll probably be the best Brody King match we'll ever see.
And it'll be much better than MJF and Bandito was, as we mentioned before.
Well, we shall see. I don't know if it'll be as good as Bandito versus that fan and CMLO got in the ring, but I just thought he was I was underwhelmed by the promo.
Well, I expected him just shit the bed completely. So because he just memorized something and did it, I didn't think it was too bad.
And again, minor thing at this point because it's almost every time, but I kind of want to see something like this and as a security guard or a fucking agent or someone running out there with him and standing between them. Because there was nothing stopping either one of these guys from doing anything.
Well, look, we've pretty much rolled over and had to accept that these days.
I don't accept it.
Do it.
I mean, I guess that's the problem. I still don't accept it.
You will not stand for that.
Nor will I sit.
I'm not going to.
I won't do anything.
I'm not going to sit here and stand for that. All right. Anyway, so then we get a match, and it is, as we were talking about, this is one that started leading to the ultimate divorce and breakup. Who's going to get custody of the show between Alvarez and Uncle Dave? Samoa Joe versus Hong Kong Phooey. And it's ridiculous. Why are they trying to make this milky midget? If you put this grinning goof in a ring in Houma, Louisiana in 1984, the fans would have drug him out and just kicked the shit out of him on the floor. And to make this little fellow competitive with Samoa Joe devalues Samoa Joe, who's one of the only guys they've got people can buy as halfway legitimate badass. So I fast forwarded the match. On fast forward, it looked like Spitball was kicking the shit out of Joe. But then after about 10 minutes, here came Shapoopy out, right? And they're getting to the finish here. And Shapoopy on the floor gives Spitball like 3 different moves in a row and then rolled him in the ring, and the match continued. I'm like, what the fuck? Why do you have intermission? Intermission. I wish there'd have been intermission. Why do you have interference in the middle of the fucking match? It is with this little fucking goof, this detestable dweeb. And then they went 5 minutes more. And after Joe's been doing everything he could do for 10 minutes, and one of his henchmen came out and blindsided the guy with 3 big moves. Bayley made a comeback. And I wrote, what is wrong with these people? And then Bayley goes to the turnbuckle and Hook distracts him. And Joe takes the referee away. And Bayley did a backflip off the turnbuckles and landed on his feet for no reason. He is just like, I'm going to flip off the ropes and land in the ring. And then he sold his knee. And then he hit Hook and Schoolboy Joe and got a 2 count. And then Joe slapped the sleeper on him and Bayley rolled him up and got another 2 count. And then Bayley went to the top and Shapoopy was back and interfered again. And then Joe caught him with the muscle buster. It took Samoa Joe and 2 other men 15 minutes to beat this 5-foot-tall, 150-pound pussy. What this is? This is a fucking psychedelic drug fucking booking method here.
Now,
how can you justify any of that?
I wouldn't. I think they would by saying their fans have grown to like Speedball. That stupid haircut. You spent so much time putting down his size and everything else. You don't even focus on that ridiculous haircut. He did a promo and they were close up on his face and I started laughing about that. But he's their, he's their Grizzly Redwood.
He's their new pockets.
He's their new pockets. He's their new pockets. I guess you could say that. And it is ridiculous. And Samoa Joe's supposed to be in the world title picture. He needs help to beat Speedball Bayley. And by the way, it's not even about Speedball Bayley. He probably shouldn't need help to beat anyone right now if he's in the world title picture, let alone Speedball Bayley.
So then we remember when everybody was saying, well, Moxley's turned babyface, but what's going to happen when the Death Riders are still heels and they just came on over, I guess. Because then the next thing they do is here comes Moxley and Garcia and Useless and Marita Schaefer. And they come out into the arena and we're going to have a street fight. And suddenly here comes Lance Archer and and they did a jump start on the ramp and started fighting around the arena. But it's a street fight, but between who and how many, I didn't readily know. But then Rocky Romero was out there, so it was a 6-man. And they did the indie play fighting in the stands and around the arena. And Garcia looked like a stagehand that just wandered in and took his shirt off. And it went forever. The garbage can, the wandering around, the sloppy work, the 6-way everything, the table in the ring. I mean, you could just, if you said just write down 12 things that are going to happen in a street fight in AEW, you'd write these things down. And then Archer put Dick the Boozer through a table. But that wasn't it. And then Wheeler and Garcia beat up Archer. And Moxley brought out the barbed wire board with the barbed wire wrapped around it and broken glass chunks sitting on top of it. And they worked fake spots, teasing, bumping into that. And then Archer chokeslammed Moxley on his own goddamn shit. So now that Moxley's a babyface, it's especially so much better because I know that every babyface that's ever drawn money and meant something in the history of wrestling, whenever he brought out his gimmick, the first thing the heel did was fucking use it on him and make him look like a complete fucking idiot. And that was a 2 count. So at that point, when the babyface got slammed into his own fucking shrapnel for a 2 count, and we were 15 minutes already, and I was tired of this. I was done with this, I don't know what they did afterwards. It was actually more embarrassing than trying to watch or watching Bailey try to wrestle is what I'm saying to you. What did happen? Or can you remember?
Well, I think Bailey's really good. Every time I see her wrestle, I mean, I usually pay attention to her
No, I'm talking about
matches.
the other Bailey, the allegedly male Bailey. Have we got the results back on that DNA?
I think WWE Bailey's better than Speedball Mike Bailey. Let me just say that for the record.
Yes,
she's a very talented wrestler, actually. What do I think about this street fight between the Death Riders and the Callis family? And it wasn't even like main event Callis family. It was like you sometimes see them on TV members. We haven't seen Lance Archer's like here and there. Every now and then he's there. You knew Rocky Romero was going to eat the fucking fall because he never has won a match ever at AEW on TV. He's barely there. It's just like, who's that little guy in the fucking Callis group? He's a foot shorter than fucking Lance Archer. And then, of course, one of the generic luchadors that they're very fond of. They just signed Hechicero.
Do you think that they are beating Rocky Romero like this because then it'll build the tension because every time from now on people will be thinking, well, he's got to win sometime just by fucking odds, and it'll build that tension?
No, I don't think there'll ever be any tension. And I don't think there's really much desire for this right now. I mean, I even think taking the work of Moxley and the mind of Moxley and the promos of Moxley and the friends of Moxley out of the equation and just looking at it as widgets, I don't know if now's the time to do Death Riders versus Callis family. I don't think it's been built up well enough yet. Like, if you were going to do something with two heel stables, again, widgets, but two heel stables going at it, that should be a big thing that, like the Midnight Express and the Horsemen, you kind of, week by week, you're getting ready for it. Hopefully it happens. In this case, the other guys don't go to WWF or anything. But it's just all of a sudden they're having this match, a street fight. Has the feud been built up well enough yet?
Of course not. No, I mean, at least, unfortunately, we know who's in the Death Riders because we've been looking at them for the past year and a half nonstop doing the same goddamn thing every week. But the Phallus family is this nebulous group of people that just runs back and forth, and sometimes they're there and sometimes they're not. And there's so many of them you can't keep track. And remember, every once in a while, somebody just asked out and Don says, okay. Remember right. Osprey inexplicably came in and joined the most popular son of a bitch they've signed since the guy that gives out fucking free donuts. And he was in the heel group. And then when they realized they'd made a mistake, he just, I'd like to leave. Okay. Speaking of people that need to leave, FTR. I mean, they're there now. Might as well stay there now. The WWE did nothing to diminish their in-ring capabilities and play to their weaknesses and hide their strengths nearly to compare with what they had to go through here in this company. So they might as well stay. If I were them, I'd write down the code to Shopify because unless they can retire on whatever they're on right now, they need to pack it up at this point. So they almost got the shit kicked out of them by Alec Price and Jordan Oliver. I was just waiting to see if you would say, oh my gosh, they were there.
You know,
Brian?
before you kill this, because I could see where this is going, I thought it was a good match. In a sense, I was trying to be hopeful because I'm not too familiar with the team of Price and Oliver. Those are NXT names if I ever heard any.
I was about to say, can we play porn star or wrestler?
Oh, they're about to do it to Hobbs.
Price and Jordan Oliver.
They're about to screw Hobbs and give him a stupid name. Just watch. But it was a good match. I almost felt, oh, okay, they're trying to make a new team. Because clearly no one wants to see FTR against any of the other teams in AEW right now. Maybe they're going to make a new young babyface team, and Okay, this is an interesting way to try to do it. They didn't even do that. But again, maybe they did, because Tony's philosophy is if you lose, you're on the path to a good push.
This was 5 minutes, bell to bell, and FTR had the opportunity to go out and show that they're still fucking to be taken seriously. But because not only are they apparently so nice, or potentially one of these young men is their illegitimate son, or they just have said, fuck it, we're just going to make every other tag team in the world look like $1 million and show that that's our talent. And but here's the problem. They look like $1 million, dirty, green, and wrinkled. Both of these guys could use Cheerios for hula hoops, as the king used to say. They got the same look as every other indie guy, the same body weight, same haircut, same work style. And instead of FTR was going to win this match, but instead of giving each one of them a nice little shiny spot, getting a little heat, getting them to come back and beating them convincingly, they went 100 miles an hour, and FTR had them kick the shit out of themselves, even though they're built like two fly swatters and greener than pepper trees, for the whole goddamn match. They are stuck on this. Oh, we're going to have a great match with these guys and really, let them shine. Get yourself over, back over. You've totally lost it. They used to scream and stand up when they heard that fucking FTR music. Now they fart and stay in their chair. Stokely on color adds nothing, because him in the wheelchair is just comedic because nobody gives a shit or believes it anyway. Is the two baby faces look like Randy Hales and his twin brother doing high spots, to be honest with you. But the shit was sloppy because they had to do everything they knew in the space of 5 minutes. And the kids even foiled the superplex and splash off the top. And then finally, 5 minutes in, FTR hit the shatter machine out of nowhere. But this was horrible for FTR because the other guys ain't gonna mean anything if you had them beat cancer to begin with. And FTR had an opportunity to at least showcase themselves and didn't do it. That's my thought.
I don't have too much to add to this. I think the tag team division is dead right now, and it is what it is. I used to be really excited for FTR matches, and again, I didn't mind this match. I thought it was okay. But you said it, they've kind of lost all their steam.
On a 5-minute match with two guys that the audience has never seen before, if they're athletic young baby faces and you want to give them a spot or two, that's fine. I used to lay out stuff in OVW for the guys to explain to them how they should work with each other based on the positions they were at on the roster and in the pecking order. And I would say if I was laying it out to FTR, okay, get your first baby face into a spot where he shines. Drop down, hip toss, leapfrog, tackle, whatever. Let him do his shit. Fucking goddamn back up. Tag your fucking partner. The second heel gets in. Fucking lock up and the baby faces do a snazzy double spot where they make the tag and they double hip toss or double backdrop the guy. The other guy feeds in. Double do him too, whatever you just did. The referee's putting one of the illegal baby face out. The legal baby face grabs a headlock. The heels do the heat spot behind the referee's back. Now you've got 2 minutes and a half of heat on the fucking guy. Let him fight and sell. Maybe give him a hope spot. And then finally work a deal where the heels make a mistake rather than the babyface they've been kicking the shit out of overcome them. And that babyface then makes the hot tag to his fresh partner, who gets a bit of a comeback, depending on what level he is in the pecking order. And then the heel some way or another with a little cheating aspect, just enough to get some goddamn heat, but not bury the referee. Double team the fucking guy and beat him. 5 minutes. Boom. There you go. Everybody looks halfway decent and like where they're supposed to be. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh boy. What about Omega and Alexander? Can you believe that Kenny Omega let Josh Alexander pick him up in that fireman's carry on the top turnbuckle? The same thing he fucking broke his partner Ibushi in half with. He let him pick him up in the same position. Did you see that?
I did. I actually forgot that it was him in the match with Ibushi.
Yes. It's the same thing he was going to do when Ibushi dead weighted him and they just went over backwards. Anyway, it was Josh Alexander and our friend Twinkle Toes, and I would critique the match, except what the fuck? Kenny's coming down the aisle. Alexander jumps him in the aisleway. The 6-man tag just did that, jumpstarting the entryway. So Alexander beat Kenny up on the floor, pulled up the floor pad, but Kenny fought back and did a backflip off the rail and a dive to the floor. And then they rolled in the ring, and the referee rang the bell to start the match. What? When did they start making up these rules where they can fight for 20 minutes out in the parking lot, and as long as they get to the ring, they can ring the bell and start the match?
I don't know, but it's definitely happened a few times recently.
Oh, yeah, that happens every week now.
It was last week. It was Pac against Darby, right? Same thing.
Yes.
I really thought Josh Alexander was going to win this one, didn't you?
I didn't care. When they started the match, Kenny, the babyface, who got jumped in the entranceway, was not only up and fine, but he was in control. So what did they accomplish? If they'd have just walked to the ring and fucking started the match, the babyface would have been in control. So then we got to see Kenny with the pointing and the cheek puffing and the ridiculous body language and the walking in circles and the time on the floor and the overly dramatic, stagey movements. And then about 15 minutes later, he hit the one-wing fairy, 1, 2, 3. And then they let him talk again. And nobody in the Don Fallis family can beat him. And he breathlessly stated, and then he, again, why does he do the sign-off that he does, which is the most douchebaggish and just nonsensical and unintimidating possible? I'd like to wish you good night, adieu. Mwah! He's blowing kisses, farewell, and bang. And the only thing he does with the gun crisis in this country, he goes from bidding adieu and blowing kisses to shooting guns at people. What does this gibberish mean, and why does he keep doing it?
Well, it's awful. It's pretentious nonsense, and I think it's because when him and the Bucks were doing all their super douchebaggery in Japan and everywhere else, and we were being told that they're the best and you're out of touch if you don't agree with it, this is the kind of thing they were doing over in Japan to make themselves laugh. At the end of the night, for the fans that didn't speak English, they would do this crap. It's awful. Kenny Omega's instincts as a talker are amongst the worst in wrestling history. Now, there are some fans who believe his pretentiousness, but it just comes across weird, I think, to most people. And it's the worst. It's the worst of all the catchphrases in wrestling. That's the worst one. His sign off there. Yeah.
Well, yes, because it's just ridiculous on many levels. I'm trying to hold on. I'm going to come up with another way of saying. I'm looking up weird in the American Heritage Dictionary 3rd edition to see if we can come up with some kind of, well, WEA, WEI. Oh, boy. See, it's so dark because the snow is about to blow in that it's keeping me. Here we go. Weird. of or suggestive of the supernatural, unearthly, of an odd or unusual character, strange.
That's it.
There we go. Well, speaking of strange people, the girls' tag team match was Penelope Pitstop and Megan Brain against Toni Storm and Mina Mellons. And they did a jumpstart four-way to begin. So, break time at the Gold Club. Was anyone injured?
Oh, I didn't watch this match. I didn't.
Well, good. Then we can move on.
I'm sick of Toni Storm. I'm completely 100% sick of the stick.
Stick?
I'm completely 100% sick of her, and Mina Shirakawa may have a fine bosom, but I don't need to see her in the ring anymore either. I think Megan Bain has something, but I can't keep saying that over and over.
But I'm telling you, they got drugs that'll cure anything these days. So it doesn't matter. Don't write her off. And then finally, our main event, Swerve Strickland versus Kevin Knight. You know, the one that I feel the worst for, I think, in this whole situation is Kevin Knight, because he's got potential. He's kind of talented. He's stuck with this ridiculous garden gnome as a tag team partner. And he's the one of the team that they beat more often. When they beat that team, it's him they beat rather than the fucking dwarf. So anyway, the point is here, it's two baby faces. So why have this match? It's two baby faces. And you Swerve's over, so you're just gonna hurt the other one because you're gonna beat him with another baby face. That, you know, but now at the same point, Swerve is so stupid. The further and further I see him, the more I think he's just an idiot. Because remember what I said about when you have a babyface versus babyface match, they can still try to win, but they shouldn't go out of character. They shouldn't try to maim the other guy or fight dirty or cheat to win or whatever, because that's not something they would do. Swerve, at one point in this thing, pile drove Kevin Knight on top of the barricade and then got in the ring and sat down and tried to win by count out. What a fucking babyface. Not only does he try to break the guy's neck, but then he won't even roll him in the ring and pin him. He gets in the ring and sits there and count him out, referee. What a fucking heel. But then, nevertheless, after Swerve did that to him, and then 450 splashed him, and then Dragon sleepered him, Kevin Knight fought back up to his feet. And then they got to the top rope and they carefully balanced on the top rope for about 20 seconds, trying not to move. And Swerve stood stock still, staring away from Kevin Knight so that Kevin Knight could jump up and Hurricane Rana him. And then he hit a coast-to-coast drop kick and a frog splash and covered him, and Swerve got to the ropes. And I say, you know what? I'm fucking done with this. This is goddamn ridiculous. And I quit. Do you blame me for quitting?
No. He's another person I've become really sick of, is Swerve. And, you know, it feels like he has the worst instincts. And he's fortunate that he's got an expression that's over. And he could say anything. He talks gibber. If you ever listen to him on the mic, he can't do a promo. He's got a voice, so it almost sounds good. But he could just be like, and I'll tell you another thing, Legos and ketchup together make snow. Whose house? And they'll just yell, Swerve's house. He just says bullshit, and then he ends it with, whose house? I just knocked over a bunch of shit. And he says a bunch of...
Whose house are you wrecking? Your house.
I'm wrecking my house. But that's it.
Yeah.
And then you talk to people in the company, and they'll kind of... On the phone, you could tell when someone's rolling their eyes about someone's ideas, and then it almost always goes to, and his cousin's the biggest stooge in the company. He's the one leaking everything to the news every single time. But no, I don't blame you. I think Swerve is a guy that a lot of the fans like, and they're into his stuff. But when I really think about it, I hate every single thing I've seen with him in AEW. I feel like he's got like a star presence. It's just his promos suck. And I hate his matches, and I hate his instincts, and I hated the Adam Page program, and I've hated just about everything he's done since him and Rick Ross called Keith Lee a big motherfucker. I have not,
that was good. That was good.
Not, he's the most overrated wrestler probably at AEW, and that says something, because I think Moxley's the worst wrestler on the planet. But Swerve's the most overrated, I think, by far.
See, that's the thing you just mentioned. Swerve has enough attributes that if he was being produced and had some structure around him, you could accentuate the strengths and eliminate the negatives instead of the other way around. But you can't. You can't. Because Tony just lets them all do. He thinks they're all artists, that nobody ever needed guidance. That, everybody just let them do what they want to do because they're the wrestlers. Well, goddamn, there's a reason why that was a rule in the old days. Yeah, those guys in the main event drawing all the money. What would they like to do for their finish? But the guys on first, tell them to do 10 minutes Broadway and don't fuck up. Anyway.
Well, anyway, that was Dynamite.
Was I talking or were you talking?
Well, this is your show, and that was Dynamite. Unless you have more to add about how awful Swerve is. That's
I pretty much, I think we've said it. You reminded them about all the Arcadian Vanguard Network shows this week while they're snowed in, didn't you?
We certainly did, and of course, in just a few days, the next episode of The Drive-Thru, and of course, the Experience right behind that. A lot of big things happening. Saturday night's main event, the Royal Rumble. 30s in their top wrestlers in their 30s in 84. Every time I can't say it, but a lot of big things coming
old wrestlers, all kinds of things going on. But folks, we're done here for now. Sorry we kept you to binge your ear this long, but we just get all upset about these things. We'll see you back on the Drive-Thru and then next week here on The Experience. And until then, thank you, fuck you, bye-bye, and good day, everyone. Mwah!